kind of since day one, but it has been now about a week that this and soda. Gotcha. Hey, Eder, how are you? I was contemplating about going live today, but really I want to talk a little bit about Kylie Rodni. I'm still not 100% on all the facts, but I've been doing a lot of research and just kind of getting myself up to date with it because I haven't been following this case since day one, but it has been now about a week that this child basically has gone missing. She was 16, but still, to me, that's you're very young. Um, Today they just had a press conference. Um, the Placer County Sheriff's Office had a press conference today. And I just wanted to watch it with you guys. I haven't seen the whole thing, but I figured why not? Let's watch it together and you guys can tell me what you think in the chat. I didn't want to tacos in Mexico, Coca-Cola. Heck yeah. I didn't want to do like a Chris Watts thing tonight just because I just felt there's no need today. I mean, it's unnecessary. I think today's a good kind of day to just respect what happened, and I didn't want to. It still hurts my heart when I think about it. So just distracting myself and watching this. So if you guys don't know about this case, just put it in the chat. Sorry. Just like whatever questions you have. I know some people already know more about it. I know Jennifer or Jody is cool. Not called me, but she Facebook DM me, and we were talking about this a little bit. So yeah, this is the most recent press conference of of Kylie. So I'm gonna play it and just we'll chat a little bit and then we'll be done. I'm not gonna take up a lot of your time because you guys spend a lot of time supporting us. And I appreciate that. There we go.
Public Information Officer with the Placer County Sheriff's Office. I'm joined by our local, state, and federal agencies today as we continue search day 7 for Kylie Rodni. To date, we've dedicated over 9,000 man hours for the search for Kylie. We've ramped up our search for the weekend. Today, we have over 200 search and rescuers, including searchers by air and searchers in the water. Our detectives and FBI agents continue to sort through and comb through over 1,000 leads that we've received up until today.
She's been gone for 7 days, y'all. 7 days she has been missing now. I mean, there's no evidence of foul play. However, they haven't been able to locate her vehicle. What do you guys? I mean, do you guys think there's a possibility this person is still alive?
From the beginning of this search. Yesterday, there was a potential burial site that was located near the campground. It was located by a search and rescue ground team. Kylie's family was notified of the potential development. The FBI responded to secure the scene yesterday and was accompanied by the Placer and Nevada County Sheriff's Offices. FBI agents investigated the site through early this morning and recovered the remains of a dog. Let me be clear. We have one team, one mission, and one goal, and that is to find 16-year-old Kylie Rodni.
And how heart-wrenching is that? They find a potential grave site and then they contact the parents to tell them we might have found something, and then they just find out it's a dog's burial site. That would completely crush my heart if I were those parents. Completely. That's insane. It's very sad.
We will not be holding a community meeting tonight. There's a concert, we understand, to support Kiely's family happening at the Truckee Regional Park from 1 to 4 p.m.
Wait a minute. Okay, sorry guys. What you're listening to right now is a live that I did um 11 months ago, okay? This is a live from 11 months ago. I'm sorry I did not go live on the 5th. I did not go live on the 6th. I did not go live on the 7th. I just didn't go live on those days. Hi Noel, hi Ninja, hi Mark, hi the bum. Sorry, my voice is kind of like not there, but you guys now have seen what I do on a daily basis. Hey Jay Rana, hey Miss Jennifer, I love you so much. I think you were in this live. Yeah, the bum. We're all here. We're all here for you, right? We're all here for everybody. Sorry, my voice again. I don't need to apologize because you guys understand why my voice does what it does. Okay, so the live that is playing right now, I have not listened to since that day. It's from I think August the 18th. I aired it. It was a week since Kylie had been gone. So I'm just gonna play it. It's a couple hours long. I don't know if we'll make it, but that's what we're listening. That's what we're doing. So basically, Miss Angela said that we're not gonna hold the community meeting because there's a concert going on.
We will not be holding a
Hold
community
on.
meeting tonight.
Hold on.
There's a concert,
Let me go back to play it. Oh, present, share screen. This one, share. I know people are gonna get confused, like what's happening here, right? What's happening? Too many auras. Trust me, I don't like myself any more than a lot of you don't like me. It's all good though. I don't care. I now you see I teach kids. A lot of them don't like me either. Move on with my life. It's fine. All right. So let me keep playing this. And anyone coming in the chat that's like, oh, is this from today? You are more than welcome to just like explain that Aura is playing a live from like 11 months ago. This is the best way I can do what I want to do. So this is what she says.
It crushed my heart if I were those parents. Completely. That's insane. It's very sad.
We will not be holding a community meeting tonight. There's a concert, we understand, to support Kiely's family happening at the Truckee Regional Park from 1 to 4 p.m. We'd like to remind everybody we have set up multiple ways for people to anonymously contact the sheriff's office regarding tips. Some of those options are available here to my left. We have an online portal. We also have a tip line that you can call by phone. We also have a link tree that we set up for people who would like to submit any photos and any videos from that evening of the party. You will be able to submit them anonymously without using your name, number, or email address.
And so the other thing is that there were over 200 people at this party where Kylie went missing. You know, and it was senior class students. You know, it's like a graduating party. And there were a bunch of seniors there. Kylie was a 3-year grad. So she graduated early as a 16-year-old. And you know, all these kids have their phones. I mean, they record everything. They take countless selfies. They use Snapchat, Twitter, TikTok is the big one. I'm sure that the police department is trying to gather all of this and sort through it all, and they're not going to tell the public exactly what they find when they find it. You know, they have to sift through them. But they make it sound like they don't have a lot of that. It seems like the students or the party goers that were there are withholding information, or withholding pictures, and that is mostly because there was underage drinking happening there. I mean, it's a drinking party, celebration party. It was in the woods. Uh, there was fighting happening for sport. I mean, they had boxing gloves. It was an organized party. And when Kylie's mom was asked about it, she said that these parties are safe and that they happen regularly. Actually, I mean, these parties happen a lot in these woods. And the mother said, "Ah, yeah, I felt my child was safe there." She was 16. I mean, I find that part a little strange, but yeah.
All right. So this is me again. I see there are more people that have decided to join us. Thank you for being here, but also I'm afraid of you being here. I'm just being very honest. There's a reason why I have not gotten live, because people are very vicious around this time. People's claws get very sharp because they feel very entitled to their opinion. So going live really sets you up for kind of destruction, right? For the utmost ridicule. I mean, in the last few days, I have heard channels with 20,000 subscribers, 30,000 subscribers call us the 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 subscriber count little channels. And I was a little bit insulted, I'm not going to lie, because a channel that I really like said, you know, they're afraid to get out of the algorithm. No, we don't care about the algorithm, because the algorithm for us is not really that great. The algorithm is great for the Idaho 4. The algorithm is great for a lot of things. We're not here for the algorithm. And I think these bigger channels forget where they started. They started where we were. Does that make sense? So I just wish that, I guess at the end of the day, I wish that these, just a couple things I'm going to say. These bigger channels that make fun of us for talking about what we want to talk about, I find that a little bit kind of in bad taste, because um don't 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 let don't let where you are change who you were when you started what you were doing. Do you know what I'm saying? Don't like, I love every true crime channel, whether it's somebody that talks shit about whatever, or I don't care, right? At the end of the day, but when they start like dogging on quote unquote little channels, like, dude, leave me alone. Can you just leave me alone? You know what I mean? Especially because, I mean, if anything, do the bigger channels, do they not, is YouTube not their like sole income, right? Are not the bigger channels, do they not need the views and the subs to pay their bills? And thankfully, I am very fortunate enough that I don't need that. And there was only one way to show myself and show you who I am, right? I had to show you that I am not YouTube. I literally have this whole other life and a job and children and just a beautiful, beautiful life outside of this. And what I do here is just extra, you know? So just, if that's cool, if that's cool, can can the little channels, can we just be little channels? Can we just exist? Can I just be here in this little space, right? Can we exist? For the people that want to care about Kylie, can we just exist and be here and let us talk? I know kind of Brian Upchurch kind of fucked it up a little bit. Yeah, he did. He kind of fucked it up a little bit. Let's not lie. He had 3 point something million subscribers. A lot of shit fucked it up. I know I probably fucked it up too, right? But anyway, and hello everyone that has come in. But I just feel like Kylie was this, from what I have seen as a music teacher, that many of you have now seen, that I have put myself in a very vulnerable position, and I have shown you all of me. I have shown you me in my element. I think Miss Shan said it the best. She's like, I really love seeing you in your element. Yeah, that's who I am. That is me every day. And I believe that Kylie, I connect with her, I think, because she is that music student that I understand, if that makes sense. Um Silence, I'm not about to like trying to like try to figure out what the fuck you're saying, because you say some weird ass shit in Shan's live, and I'm trying to like understand what the fuck you're saying. But if you're gonna be fucking saying this fucking cryptic ass shit in my chat, I if I do not respond to it, don't hate me. um but I think what I'm gonna do, I think what I'm gonna do right now, um I know, well, I mean, I don't look, I can't love and hate anyone. I'm just saying, like, give me some more sentences, bro, because this cryptic ass shit fucking weirds me out, bro. It's okay. I'm just letting you know. Because this is my space, right? But anyway, so I'm gonna keep playing this live that I did when I was a week into Kylie's case, and that's all I'm gonna do. But that's what I'm gonna do. And I'll be in the chat though, okay? I'm the worst at talking in code. You know. But anyway, I'm gonna keep playing this shit.
Well, I guess where I'm coming from, John, is that at school, I'm around teenagers so much, and they are always they're always taking pictures, filming when they're having a good time, when they're partying, when they're celebrating something. It the ones that anyway that go to school here, they do. So anyway, I'm gonna keep playing this. Sorry.
So again, we still are urging people in the community who may still be hesitant. You're not going to get in trouble. All we want to know is, where is Kylie? Where is her vehicle? We just want to find Kylie. Thank you.
And also, I was talking to Zav about this the other day, and if these kids are on their way to college, maybe they have scholarships.
And I said I was talking to Zav because early in Kylie's case, I would be on Zav's panel and I would talk to Zav about stuff. But I mean, then all this shit happened with Zav, so now Zav is like the fucking bad guy, right? So in the past, if you like Zav, now you get shit if you like Zav, right? So it's a fucking double-edged ass sword. But no one can talk about it. We can't talk about it either. Someone fucks up on the internet, and either you fucking say, oh, you denounce them, or you don't, and that's how you're judged, right? It's crazy.
I don't think.
We just want to find Kylie. Thank you.
And also, I was talking to Zav about this the other day, and if these kids are on their way to college, maybe they have scholarships. I don't think the last thing they need right now is to be on TV talking about their friend and at a party they were at with illegal drinking. I mean, I'm not saying it's gonna hurt their college entry, but I mean, if I was a parent, I mean, well, okay, maybe what if their parents don't want them to go forward, don't want their kid to go forward to the police and share their pictures because, I mean, they're probably thinking, oh, well, whatever you have on camera is not relevant to this case, so you don't go into.
By the way, when I was saying this, when I was giving this commentary, this was before there were those articles about parents telling their kids not to come forward. This was a week after Kylie went missing.
Talk to them. If I was a parent, I mean, well, okay, maybe what if their parents don't want them to go forward, don't want their kid to go forward to the police and share their pictures because, I mean, they're probably thinking, oh, well, whatever you have on camera is not relevant to this case, so you don't even don't go and talk to them. I mean, I don't know. It's just stupid things I think about, but it's possible.
Angela, can you or the officers behind you confirm that her phone, Kylie's phone, the last ping was near the water?
They talk about pings here.
Yeah, the ping for the data points and everything were near the water. It's hard to tell an exact pinpoint or anything like that, but just as much on land as it was on water.
And look, I'm gonna say this straight up. Whether okay, so this has to be understood. If you want my opinion, right? If you want my opinion on what the fuck happened, this was absolutely an accident. Something accidentally happened to Kylie. I think that can be I think that can be agreed upon no matter which way you look at this, because I don't think something nefarious happened, like let's lure this child to this party and let's do something bad and let's cover it up, because these are fucking kids. But I know for a fact, because I work with this age group, I know how they reason, right? And I had to show you that. I had to show you who I was. Look, this is who I am in front of kids or whatever, right? I understand this about children who make mistakes. They will lie if they really did something really bad. They don't want to look bad, so they will tell a lie, right? After something bad has happened, because they don't want to get in trouble. Sorry, I'm sick as fuck. So I'm sorry, Carrie. I hope you feel better. I think that what happened to Kylie was an accident. It was absolutely an accident. Kylie went, she was trying to have a good time. Something went wrong. And a few kids saw that something went wrong and they made a bad choice. They panicked. And instead of helping, they panicked because they were afraid of getting in trouble. Probably because they have parents that, that make sure that they don't get in. Does that make sense? If anything, I blame their parents more than the kids. Jay Rana, what evidence is there that indicates it was an accident? The evidence is, in my opinion, that the car was in the lake. And the law enforcement did not they said there was no foul play. That's why. I mean, that's my opinion, right? I believe there was an accident. And then what happened afterward is the real crime, right? An accident happened to Kylie and they could have done the right thing to come forward, but they panic because they're 16, 17, 18 years old. They think that if they come forward, they're still going to get in trouble. Well, see, Jazzy, that's the thing. It was an accident, but the cover up is the felony. The cover up is what went wrong, right? Yes. But again, this is just my opinion, right? I'm going to keep playing the live from. Yes, exactly. What happened afterward? Because everybody seems to have wiped their hands clean after they said, because nobody saw Kylie, nobody saw her drive, nobody saw her do anything. That's a lie. They have had to have seen. They have had to have seen, right? That's where the lie begins. I don't think any of these children intentionally tried to do something nefarious to Kylie on purpose, right? But they panicked. We see adults do this on a daily basis, y'all. I don't know why it is so like far out to believe that this is possible, because we see this. Have we not seen this even in the Murdaugh trial? Have we not seen this with the Idaho 4? Have we not seen this with, think about every major case that has had to go to trial because adults don't even want to tell the truth. What do you think kids are going to do at 16, 17, 18 years old? right? And I know you have the bigger channels that say that say like I believe it was an accident and this is all stupid. That's great, good, fine. But like leave us alone if we want to talk about this, right? We have an audience of like me, 30 people, 40 people, 50 people. I think that's amazing. But like I'm not trying to influence 1,000 people, 2,000 people. Just like leave me alone, leave my space alone, right? Let me have my opinion, right? Let us have our space, right? Anyway, I'm gonna keep playing this, but yeah.
That's what I was told, is that it was near the water and searches took place near that vicinity. Are those gonna continue?
Yeah, today we have 226 searchers, pretty astronomical number. I think the overhead team at the search and rescue, they deployed out all 226 members within about.
By the way, I also want to give a shout out to the people that you see in the chat. Literally, when I was doing this, no one gave a shit about what I was talking about. My beautiful friends, Utter and Jennifer, like I had like 3 or 4 friends that were there, and I love them so much. But I just want to give them a shout out for being there.
An hour, and so that's a pretty big feat on its own. They've extensively been planning and prepping overnight so that when people get here, we're ready to roll. The area has been walked, driven, flown, grid searched. They're getting into tighter grid searching to, at this point, we're looking for small and anything evidence-wise, as opposed to cars, people, things of that nature, even phones. We're trying to make it even tighter. We had swimmers we announced the other day that actually did surface swimming, so we don't want to disturb the water even underneath because that can cause its own problems. And divers have been deployed at this point as well to assist in the search, and it's been pretty thorough overall. But yeah, we continue to look for that item as well. Just because it was last pinged there, that doesn't mean that that's where the phone stopped being. There's lots of reasons of why those notifications or data points could be lost.
Could you tell us what body of water and what time that last ping was?
The Prosser Lake is where we're focused on right now. But again, that doesn't mean that that's the last location. So.
Okay, so I just realized now that he has said twice that just because it last pinged at Prosser doesn't mean that was the last location the phone was in. I never noticed that before. Have you? Why would he have had to say that twice? Look, listen back, listen back.
And yeah, we had swimmers. We were 26 members within about an hour, and so that's a pretty big feat on its own. They've extensively been planning and prepping overnight so that when people get here, we're ready to roll. The area has been walked, driven, flown, grid searched. They're getting into tighter grid searching to, at this point, we're looking for small and anything evidence-wise, as opposed to cars, people, things of that nature, even phones. We're trying to make it even tighter.
So not phones.
We had swimmers we announced the other day that actually did surface swimming, so we don't want to disturb the water even underneath. Because
So you had surface swimmers, but you don't want to interrupt the dirt underneath. They had surface swimmers, but they do not want to interrupt the dirt. Can someone in the chat tell me how that is productive? Hi, Sunflower. How are you? Zombie Girl, Angel, the bum. I'm sorry. I'm not super like into the saying hello to everyone. I'm kind of being a little self-centered at this moment. Why did he have to say 2 times that just because the phone last pinged there doesn't mean that that's where it last was? Do you guys get what I'm saying?
that can cause its own problems, and divers have been deployed at this point as well to assist in the search, and it's been pretty thorough overall. But yeah, we continue to look for that item as well. Just because it was last pinged there, that doesn't mean that that's where the phone stopped being. There's lots of reasons of why those notifications or data points could be lost. Because there are problems, and divers have been deployed at this point as well to assist in the search, and it's been pretty thorough overall. But yeah, we continue to look for that item as well. Just because it was last pinged there, that doesn't mean that that's where the phone stopped being. There's lots of reasons of why those notifications or data points could be lost.
What other reasons?
Could you tell us what body of water and what time that last ping was?
The Prosser Lake is where we're focused on right now. But again, that doesn't mean that that's the last location.
This is the second time he says that. He says that 2 times, actually. He says that twice, just because he says it 2 times. He has to repeat it, so it's important. Law enforcement, they are prepped, right? They have the answers to specific questions, right? And so if a question is asked and they're not allowed to answer it, they'll just say like some, like, you know, some, like, just a written out sentence. Does that make sense?
When was the ping that you had?
I think the last location known that we've put out, from
The last location that we put out.
I think day one is around 12:30 in the morning.
She asked where. Look,
Last location, just those notifications or data points could be lost.
Could you tell us what body of water and what time that last ping was?
she asked what body of water and what time the last pin was.
The Prosser Lake is where we're focused on right now. But again, that doesn't mean that that's the last location.
When was the ping
And then she asked, when was the ping
that you had?
that you had?
I think the last location known that we've put out, from I think day one is around 12:30.
So you see what I'm saying? They're not giving you actual information. They're holding back information.
In the morning.
12:30 is the last ping.
The last location known that we've put out, from I think day one is around 12:30 in the morning.
If this is a legitimate press conference, you don't say around, but he says around. Now, look, I'm just going to say this right now. I don't want this to turn into like making fun of what's happening here. And you know what's scary is there are people that are listening that are looking for a reason to make a mockery of what I'm talking about. But it's not a mockery, right? So I'm looking back into a live that I did 11 months ago. I want this life to mean something, or at least to me, because if I was not live, I would be doing this for myself. I would be doing this by myself. I could end the live right now and just go over this by myself, but there is something important about sharing this with you all. Does that make sense? Because I think it's important. I really don't want to talk about Megan. I don't want to talk about Megan, and I don't think she's important anymore because she has made a fool of me at this point. I know. I don't care about Megan. I don't want to talk about her. I think she has really disrespected me enough. And I think associating with her at this point is just feeding fuel to the fire. And I don't want to be a part of that anymore. It's okay. Don't be sorry. I don't want to talk bad about Megan. I don't want to talk good about Megan. I don't want to talk about her at all anymore. Because I don't understand that that aspect of this case anymore. So no, I know you guys aren't making a mockery, but I'm just kind of like saying what I need to say, right? But I just want to make sure that's understood here in my house. Megan doesn't matter here because I think I heard Megan say, I don't give a shit about the Kiely Rodni case, right? I think Miss Ninja Chihuahua did a really good job kind of like putting things into perspective for me. So, and I forgot that she had said that. She said, I don't give a shit about it. Okay, so I don't give a shit about that person anymore, respectfully, right? I think we can all agree to disagree at this point. Yeah. So I'm done with it. So that person doesn't matter. So I'm gonna move on. Thank you.
There was, this morning I was out by Prosser and there was a dive team from Alameda. But just a few feet to the side, there were people recreating and people by a canoe.
Hey, Mama Smurf.
Afraid about them disturbing any possible evidence that
Wait, what? Something about a canoe? A
Without-
canoe? Hold on.
from Alameda.
I think the last location known that we've put out, from I think day one is around 12:30 in the morning.
They said something about a canoe.
There was, this morning I was out by Prosser and there was a dive team from Alameda. But just a few feet to the side, there were people recreating and people by a canoe. Afraid
Oh
about
shit, the reporter's asking, we were by the Alameda dive team, but then like close by there were people in a canoe. Are you not afraid about them disturbing any possible evidence that could be there?
Yeah, you balance this, shut everybody out, and we don't have evidence to say that there's something that we're going to locate. Are you better off having more eyes in the area or not? There's times where we have shut down areas. We closed off the boat ramp at one point in time to cover like certain area and ground and things like that. So
Wait, so they had the Alameda dive, right? You know which ones I'm talking about, right? The guys with the boat with the red letters. And then they had like just a few feet away, like recreational, like visitors. Actually, that makes a lot of sense because think about this, okay? I'm going to put my big ass face on the screen now because think about this. They really rely on tourists in Truckee. So they're not going to shut down Prosser to search for Kiely for more than a day because all their money comes from this recreational activity situation, right? Right? Even if you don't think it's a cover up, let's say it's not a cover up. Their priority is recreational tourism. So recreational tourism supersedes a criminal investigation, supersedes a kidnapping, supersedes potential accident to kidnapping. You see what I'm saying? Isn't that crazy? That's crazy though. Think about that. Let me change it. Here we go.
there's always a concern, but we also don't have like a, hey, this is the area. And so at what point do you cut off the entire Forest Service and things of that nature? So I think we've been reasonable with the areas and times we've had to put in stop gaps to prevent people from moving around, but we do that based off of information. More people around gives us information, but they've been recreating throughout that lake since long before. And so it is tough.
Well, they've been recreating in this space long before, right? So they didn't want it. So the people that were recreating next to the Alameda dive search, they're annual recreators. So they're people that like matter. Isn't that's what I get from it. You know what I'm saying? So law enforcement doesn't want to tell them to move on because they're seasonal recreational tourists. Does that make sense? Listen again to what he said. I can't believe it took me this long to go back I've been a smart bitch for a while, and I have not gone back to listen to my own shit. Now I see why my friends are frustrated with me.
There's something that we're going to allow.
There was, this morning I was out by Prosser and there was a dive team from Alameda. But just a few feet to the side, there were people recreating and people going by in a canoe. Are you not afraid about them disturbing any possible evidence that could be there?
Yeah, you balance this, shut everybody out, and we don't have evidence to say that there's something that we're going to locate. Are you better off having more eyes in the area or not? There's times where we have shut down areas. We closed off the boat ramp at one point in time to cover like certain area and ground.
Oh, I see why people said cover up. Oh, I get it. Okay, I get it. I get it. Okay, I get it. Okay, let me go back.
And things like that.
Are you not afraid about them disturbing?
Out, from I think day one is around 12:30 in the morning.
There was, this morning I was out by Prosser and there was a dive team from Alameda. But just a few feet to the side, there were people recreating and people going by in a canoe. Are you not afraid about them disturbing any possible evidence that could be there?
Yeah, you balance this, shut everybody out, and we don't have evidence to say that there's something that we're going to locate. Are you better off having more eyes in the area or not? There's times where we have shut down areas. We closed off the boat ramp at one point in time to cover like certain area and ground and things like that. So there's always a concern, but we also don't have like a, hey, this is the area. And so at what point do you cut off the entire Forest Service and things of that nature? So I think we've been reasonable with the areas and times we've had to put in stop gaps to prevent people from moving around, but we do that based off of information. More people around gives us information, but they've been recreating throughout that lake since long before.
He says they've been recreating on the lake since long before.
And so I think we've been reasonable with the areas and times we've had to put in stop gaps to prevent people from moving around, but we do that based off of information. More people around gives us information, but they've been
around gives us more information, but they've been recreating
throughout that lake since long before.
They've been recreating throughout that lake since long before.
And so it is tough.
And so it's tough. So these people that have been recreating since long before, what? Can someone in the chat explain what I'm listening to right now? Please. And look, if there are people watching, because there's 51 people in here, I think if it gets any bigger than this, I'm going to end the live. Because the more people that are here, the more bad people there are. You guys understand that? $51 is way too many people. I don't like it. We'll end it. Miss Shan already knows it. She's like, yeah, no, she knows because she know. Shit. Okay, nah, I'm not doing this. What's frustrating silence? No. Okay.
A diving operation like that is really almost like you're going into the water blind, and they're basically searching with hands, because once you start maneuvering the ground, it's like going through mud. So these are tough.
What is, hold on.
And so it is tough. A diving operation like that is really almost like you're going into the water blind, and they're basically searching with hands, because once you start maneuvering the ground, it's like going through mud. So these are tough.
And so just a little information. Kiely got to this party with a friend. Kiely went with one of her friends, but Kiely drove her car and another friend over there. Her car has not been located. So it's either in a lake somewhere or parked in a garage somewhere. You know what I mean? I mean, unless you guys know of other ways to make cars disappear. My daughter was looking at a softball scholarship from freshman year, and she was varsity. And every coach said colleges will scrub your social media for potential issues like partying. Oh yeah. Well, I didn't know that. Yeah, because at that point you're a liability. But what do you guys think about the car? I mean, they haven't located the car, and there's a interview with one of Kylie's, I want to say acquaintances. I don't think they were actually good friends. Sammy. Sammy asked for a ride from Kiely to leave the party and ended up not leaving with her because, as she states, Kiely looked too drunk to drive. So Sammy left with somebody else. So there's no sighting of Sammy actually driving out of that party, which is interesting, unless everybody was so messed up by 12:30, which, as some of you know, really that's when the party just gets started, in my opinion. But she did call her mother and say, "Mom, I'm on my way. Like, I'll be home in 45 minutes," or something like that. So that's all we really know from that last end of the night.
Tough operations, and there is no right answer for everything. But that's always a concern. Everything is.
Do you know about how deep it is right now? Because the water level's so low, below the natural level.
The deepest point for Prosser that I was told was 57 feet.
Do you have divers out there today and swimmers today?
He clearly is very uncomfortable with that question. He is clearly so uncomfortable with that question. No, I know no one's being negative. I get a little freaked out. Only, you're right. I get a little freaked out when there are many people watching because I just do. You know, at least I'm honest about it. I get freaked out. I'm just like, no, okay, bye, because I'm a pussy. I know that. But look what he says anyway about this. Look, he goes.
And there is no right answer for everything. But that's always a concern. Everything is.
Do you know about how deep it is right now? Because the water level's so low.
She goes, you know how deep it is right now? The water level's so low. And then the reporter asked below the natural level.
The deepest point.
And he doesn't answer that. He doesn't say what's the lowest part. He talks about the deepest point.
For Prosser that I was told was 57 feet.
So he doesn't answer the question, right?
Divers out there today and swimmers today?
Divers, yes, today. I don't know if they have swimmers out today. Swimmers was a precaution.
I love you, Miss Shan. You're so nice. You are very nice. I appreciate you're fucking nice, dude. And Miss Sunflower and Miss Crane Cakes is here, and Katie Bugs, and everybody that's here. I'm sorry, I'm not doing a good job saying hello to everybody. I love you all, though. You know, the bum. I see you, bro. I see you.
Yes, exactly, Utter. I don't understand also if Sammy noticed that Kiely was so inebriated that she didn't want to get in the car with her so they could drive home together. I mean, if that was my quote unquote friend, then I wouldn't have left her there. I would have told her, "Hey, come with me. Let's go. Let's get a ride together because you're too drunk to drive. Let's go together." You know?
So that we could ensure, I mean, to clarify, because there's so many levels to this.
What do you mean there's so many levels to this, sir? Hi,
so that
Angel.
we could
Jenny.
ensure, to clarify, because there's so many levels to this. We had
And I'm just gonna say this right now because I feel like this is the the elephant in the room. Yes, I have uh yes, I drink sometimes when I'm on lives or whatever. Hold on. But even then you have your friends that take care of you, right? So I have my friends that take care of me or whatever. Kylie had friends in real life at this party and no one took care of her. Like I have people that help me and take care of me when I'm doing whatever I'm doing. But like Kylie didn't have people in real life, like right there with her, that's fucking weird, right? Like if you care about someone, you're gonna take care of them, right? And all of a sudden no one cared about Kylie. Come on. Come on, y'all. Come on, let's go.
boats, we had side sonars, which allow you to see things, certain types of fish finders, which can go lower down into the water. But at that point, we still hadn't touched the ground or anything like that. So swimmers on the surface allowed to use masks and
Actually, do you notice how he has said twice now about disturbing the dirt on the floor? He has talked about disturbing the dirt on the floor. This is the second time he speaks on not wanting to disturb the dirt on the floor. Doesn't that make sense? Isn't that interesting?
see things so that we could ensure, to clarify, because there's so many levels to this.
He says ensure.
There because you're too drunk to drive.
Because there's so many levels to this. We had boats, we had side sonars, which allow you to see things, certain types of fish finders, which can go lower down into the water. But at that point, we still hadn't touched the ground or anything like that. So swimmers on the surface allowed to use masks and see things without murking up the water, just to cover if there's something you could see. Because once you
Look, this was from August the 13th. They're talking about disturbing the dirt. They're talking about disturbing the dirt. Okay, it almost sounds to me, and this is my opinion. If you don't like it, cool. Do they know where she is? Do they know where she is? Because they're talking about not disturbing the dirt, not once, but like twice, actually almost 3 times. Okay? Look.
touch the map, which allow you to see things.
Look. Everyone raise your volume.
So that we could ensure, to clarify, because there's so many levels to this. We had boats, we had side sonars, which allow you to see things, certain types of fish finders, which can go lower down into the water. But at that point, we still hadn't touched the ground or anything like that. So swimmers on the surface allowed to use masks and see things without murking up the water, just to cover if there's something you could see. Because once you touch the ground, you could potentially have all that earth come back up over any kind of evidentiary item. So
this is on August the 13th that he is saying this. Okay. So now that we know what we know almost a year later, what do you guys think about the statement? What do you guys think about what he said? It sounds like he's giving an explanation about something that hasn't happened yet. It almost sounds like he's giving an explanation over how they didn't find Kiely. But remember, Kiely was found on August the 21st by Adventures with Purpose. This was August the 13th. And he's speaking this, okay?
To ride together because
to clarify, because there's so many levels to this. We had boats, we had side sonars, which allow
he says we had boats, we had sight sonar.
See things, certain types of fish finders, which can go lower down into the water.
We had certain types of fish finders that could go lower into the water.
But at that point, we still hadn't touched the ground. What
point are you talking about? This is why it's important to take notes, right? So like I remember at some point I got a little bit of slack for taking notes over things that I heard. Taking notes over something that you hear is not necessarily a bad thing. Taking notes is just trying to keep in order the information that you are obtaining. It does not necessarily mean that there is something wrong with the information. Taking notes is just holding the information accountable as it's being portrayed to you and keeping it in order. That's it.
or anything like that. So swimmers on the surface allowed to use masks and see things without murking up the water, just to cover if there's something you could see. Because once you touch the ground, you could potentially have all that earth come back up over any kind of evidentiary item. So
He's saying the earth is going to come up over any evidentiary, sorry, I'm Mexican, evidentiary items. This is August the 13th, and he is saying these things. This is August the 13th. Kiely was found August the 21st. You have to put into context what he is saying, right?
divers were the last case scenario in the attempt, because
Divers were the last case scenario in the attempt.
for the most part, you could go in over and over and over again.
For the most part, you can go in over and over. See, this is what I wish I could listen to and just type by. I wish I could just do lives where I could listen to this stuff and just type. But the first time I tried to do that, I was traumatized because it was like not okay. I got shit about it, right? So, okay.
But because once you touch the ground, you could potentially have all that earth come back up over any kind of evidentiary item. So
if you touch the ground, potentially you could have any earth going over any evidence items. On August the 13th, you're saying these things. Don't you just want to find the car and not worry about evidence? Right? Because on August the 13th, this is still a search and rescue. Right? It's still a search and rescue. So you're not worried about evidence. You're not worried about evidence. You should be worried about just search and rescuing, right? Or no? Why on August the 13th are you worried about evidence when it should still be search and rescue? Does that make sense? Am I getting muted? On August the 13th, before Kiely is found, they're worried about fucking evidence up.
So divers were the last case scenario in the attempt, because for the most part, you could go in over and over and over again, but potentially you get one shot at it. So
you can go over it, over and over it, but potentially you get one shot at it. What do you mean, sir?
use a phased approach that makes the most sense and gets us to where we want to be.
What is he saying?
Apologies, I'm new to the area. How large is that lake?
I don't know.
The reporter says, I'm new to the area, so how large is the lake? And he goes, I don't know.
It's not a very big lake overall. It's a man-made reservoir. And I believe as large as it is, I believe we have extremely good coverage on that lake as well.
And what's the name of the dive team?
What's the name of the dive
There's
team?
a lot of teams out there, so I don't know specifically. I know.
So the reporter asks, what's the name of the dive team? And he says, I don't know. There are a lot of teams out there. Bro, you have a sheriff's thing on your shirt. You have a thing on your shirt that says, like, you have to know the answers. You have some mics in front of you. If you don't know the names of all the dive teams, somebody in the back should know. But this guy's like fucking freaking out. Look at that guy. He's like, hey, Super Agent, and hi, Carrie, and Michael, and Zombie Girl, Katie Bug, Drift Away, everybody. I'm sorry. He's like, I don't know. I just work here.
Alameda overall, it's a man-made reservoir, and I believe as large as it is, I believe we have extremely good coverage on that lake as well.
And what's the name of the dive team?
There's a lot of teams out there. So
What's the name of the dive team? He's like, I don't know. And these guys are like, I'm glad I'm not in that hot seat.
I don't know specifically. I know Alameda was mentioned.
Bro, you have a badge. You need to know what's happening.
I don't know which all teams were brought in simply because they all showing up today and then some have been added. But I can tell you that
Well, maybe if we ask Sam, maybe she knows.
numerous agencies from all over California are coming up to assist. 226 searchers is a pretty large number. We're expecting the same tomorrow.
Hey, Sherry.
Depending, I mean, it all depends on coverage, right? We want to use our resources.
Hey, Bossy Pants. I love your profile pic. So Bossy Pants says it's a 2014 Honda Civic. I have known nothing about Hondas. I've had Jeeps my whole life. So if that thing had a possible GPS, but 2014, I mean, that's, I don't know. I wouldn't think it did. I mean, I would have thought they would have tried to locate it through the GPS, unless it was something underwater, like it was underwater and they couldn't. Yes, Sherry. So just briefly, or as quick as I can, it's Kiely Rodni went missing. This is day 7 of missing. She was at a party in the woods with a bunch of seniors. She was a 3-year graduate, 16 years old. She's been missing since that party, since about 12:30 a.m. And it's just they without a trace. Okay, and they can't find her car either. So this is the most recent press conference from 4 hours ago. This is taken from the Placer County Sheriff's Facebook, YouTube. So they have their own YouTube channel, and this is where that's from. I'll put the link up here so you guys can go, and maybe if you want to keep up with the case, you can subscribe to that YouTube channel and then just follow, because they're putting up everything. I mean, there's community meetings that they put up, and they're just really trying to get all the information out there. They're doing a good job, I think. I'm gonna keep playing this, and so this was the most recent one. This was today.
This is for the best purposes. There's bodies of water that we're also interested in. We've been checking, but we have to have purpose and reason for what we're using our searchers for.
Are you also calling on the public to help in these like land searches, maybe terrain searches, or is it just law enforcement right now?
Our searchers are volunteers, the majority of them, but they also go through a training. So Cal OS has a typing system. So when the sheriff's office is going to utilize searchers for a specific purpose, they have to be trained up. They have to have all these things, and they're covered under what's called a disaster service worker. So workers' comp is picked up.
Can someone make a note of that for me? Disaster service worker. What do you mean Dodgers dodge? I'm so lost now.
By the state in case of things that could go wrong or injuries and whatnot, where we wouldn't be able to supply that for people in the public. And so we.
Hey, Kevin, good to see you. Thank you for being here.
We don't give direction, but we also provided a mapping system, CalTopo, which is a free app that anybody can download. But we've also included a map that is here locally at the family's trailer here in the rec yard or the rec center parking lot. It has a excuse me, map, QR code, and then people can see where other people have searched.
How come they don't talk about Sam? Thank you, Shan. I want to know about the dodgy comment too, though.
And also can download, but we've also included a map that is here locally at the family's trailer here in the rec yard or the rec center parking lot. It has a excuse me, map, QR code, and then people can see where other people have searched and also contribute to the tracks.
We're going to take 2 more questions and then we're going to wrap up the press conference.
How long do you guys?
Who the fuck told her that only 2 more questions? Who the fuck said only 2 more questions and that's it? Oh, I see what you're saying, Silence.
to yourselves the level of hours that are being put into this and the amount of people that are searching? It's a 1 week now today, so how much longer can we expect this? It's been very encouraging, but at some point, is there going to be a drop?
At least I'll speak to the investigation side, and that is that as long as tips are coming in, we're going to continue that effort, and we'll continue that effort as long as we can. And obviously, if a tip pans out, and
Hey,
leads us
Edward.
in a direction, we're going to devote resources.
This is as loud as my volume goes. I'm going to link this live in the chat. If you guys want to check it out. And I think I'm going to end this live. Yeah. Hi, Crosshatch. Good morning. Someone just made me super uncomfortable. So I'm just going to end it. But the link is there, y'all. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let me keep playing this. Hold on.
To that. So, I'm just speaking to the investigation side of the house. This will continue if it's on.
Oh, and if you want me to keep doing updates about Sherry, I can. I would be more than happy to. Just click that like down there. It helps. It helps. You all see it. It helps other people see it.
Unsolved as long as it goes, and we'll continue to dedicate resources to it.
Well, it's been a week, and we know there's a lot of people out there, and you're saying you won't get in trouble if you come forward. But what can you say to somebody who might know something or has seen something after a week and they haven't come forward yet? There's a huge reward. So what is it that we can say to get someone to come forward who might have that important information?
I would just encourage them to do so and do the right thing. We've received over 700 tips.
Over
we have
1,000.
Over 1,000 tips, but 700 and I believe 20 that have been entered and received, and we are following up on leads. And so that obviously takes resources to do. But if we have that one tip that leads us in the right direction, that could change everything.
That's all it would take, y'all, is just one tip. Over 200 people at this party, and they don't have one tip, even an anonymous tip, to help find this person. I just think that's insane. So many witnesses. I mean, what the heck was going on at these parties that everyone is so hush hush? It just doesn't make sense. What else was going on there? They're not disclosing. These kids are not disclosing everything that happens at these parties, especially, no parental supervision, drinking in the woods. That just sounds like the beginning of a very bad Goosebumps book. Hey, Kiely, what's up? You did so good today, Kiely, at your live. I'm so glad that I could help you and get that going. You did so well today, and I look forward to your future lives. And anything I can do for you, I'm here always.
Thank you. This wraps up the press conference. Oh, we'll take one more question.
I just have one question regarding the CalTOPO. Captain Brown, the other day you had mentioned that you were trying to also put into place a way for people to upload like GPS coordinates of where they've been and that kind of thing. Is that in place yet?
I believe that is in place, and I want to say that there was a mechanism designed and should be, I can follow up with it too and get back with you, but at the trailer, I believe we had members out there to give people some instruction. There was also a system set up so that we could take the tracks, download them. Marin County was helping us to process those and get them entered. So I believe that's it's through the same app. Yeah. So ultimately, somebody who used a GPS unit can save those tracks, and then those can be uploaded at a later time. It doesn't have to be done through like the live tracking that's being utilized. But I've looked at the map. There are people going out. They are using it, and I think that it's helpful in a big way. But people keep asking, should I go where those tracks are? Should I not? I don't know, because somebody could walk right by a car or a person and not even know it, and that happens lots of searches and lots of times. And so there is no direction, because if I had somewhere, I would send teams. We have 226 people I would send to that location, but we don't. So we just encourage people that if they see something, let us know, and then we can help follow up and look at it. Don't touch things if you see something and you're concerned about it, but let us know. And to follow on what Lieutenant Barnhart said, the search and rescue, of course, is going to have to tailor back at some point in time. But our teams, even today, this morning, are building out plans that go well beyond any point of time and continually expand. And when that time does come, we'll work on plans of how do we continue to make sure we're up in the area and having a presence, because much like the investigative side, it never stops and never ends. And this is a highly recreated area, so I would just encourage people to keep their eyes out and keep looking around, and let us know if they see something. Even if it's small or little, we'll come take a look and see if it helps us piece things together. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone, again for being here. This concludes the press conference.
So what did you guys think about that press conference? Or what are your thoughts on this case? Bossy Pants, I do believe trafficking, I mean, it is a real problem in not just the United States, but worldwide. So it is absolutely very possible that she was kidnapped, trafficked. I mean, we see it every day. God, I hope that's not what happened. But I mean, could she have left on her home? Could she have left on her own? The interview with the mom suggests that it's unlikely. She was looking forward to the future, but I mean, that's all we know. I don't know that much. I doubt it, though. She was 16. Maybe she's a runaway. If she graduated already, she probably thinks she's grown. Yeah, well, yeah, true. But it's just the lack of communication, I think, is what is really bothering people. If she did leave on her own, a lot of people are in on it. Because everyone's lying then, right? See, we don't see trafficking on Australia, thank goodness. Oh wow, really? Wow. Well, that's great. I mean, it's sad, the trafficking stories, and especially those videos. I don't know if you guys seen them, where they're saving children that are being trafficked. I mean, they're locked in underground rooms or stuff like that. I don't know. I can't bear to watch that kind of stuff. It just gives me weird chills. Like, it's disgusting. People in that area of Tahoe are sketchy, Bossy. He buried a dead dog, which was heartbreaking.
There is still no sign of a Truckee teenager who went missing after a party nearly a week ago. The Placer County Sheriff's Office, though, has released new photos of 16-year-old Kiely Rodni. They say this photo was taken recently, but they're asking people to look at the necklace that she is wearing, and they want anybody who may have seen that necklace to call their tip line. Also, we have learned there is a news conference scheduled for 2 o'clock this afternoon. We're going to have more on that on CBS 13 News at 4.
So yes, that's a new thing too about the necklaces. So they're really focusing on the necklaces she was wearing, because she was wearing those at night as well. Is the best friend still conducting interviews? Well, Sammy is not her best friend. I don't see it that way anyway. I don't think she says she's the best friend, but there's this other girl. What's her name? Starts with a G, Amanda. Doing an interview.
She's safe. So that's why we came here today, because I wanted to look around for myself, because I haven't been here yet.
It is an interview you will only see here on Fox 40 News. The boyfriend of missing teen Kiely Rodni launching his own search for her and telling us about the last time he and her friends saw her. Thanks for joining us for Fox 40 News at 5. I'm Nikki Lorenzo.
And I'm Eric Harriman. Fox 40 has live team coverage in the search for Kiely. Eric Rucker is in Truckee for us this evening as a massive team of law enforcement and community members spend a fifth day trying to find her.
We're going to start with Fox 40's Arena Shaddix, who's joining us now. We're checking some of the local.
Well, Nikki, absolutely gorgeous here. He and a close friend described her as a very smart young woman, a tough girl. Days since Kiely's boyfriend, Jagger Westfall, has her well party at the Prosser family campground.
Okay, be safe. Don't do anything stupid.
He says he complained about his day and she listened.
At 10:30, she responded to what I was saying and just said, "Oh, I'm sorry that you're going through that." And that was the last time I heard from her.
Kiely's close friend, Kate Kuno, says they spent the after.
Oh, and also something to note that is the last time that phone pinged is what the sheriff's county says. And at 12:30 is when she was texting her boyfriend. I guess that's what he says. Like, I'm sorry going through that or something. But also, isn't that also at the same time that she's calling her mom, telling her that she's gonna leave already, leaving the party? Interview with Sammy, she just the way she talks about it, but I just could be assuming that Kiely was, so drunk couldn't drive fine, but she was texting her mom, or she was calling her mom, texting her boyfriend. I mean, I don't know. I have been drunk and been able to do some stuff like that, but I'm experienced drunk here. That was a bad joke. Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna keep playing this.
Afternoon together on Friday, just hours before she disappeared.
The day of the party, I hung out with her. We made creme brulee. Everything was normal. I don't think she went later. I would have noticed if something was slightly off.
While law enforcement, including the FBI, continue their search in and around the Prosser campground and reservoir, Jagger, Kate, and another friend went to Reno to search for themselves for Kiely. Only Fox 40 News was invited to go along. Kate says they were in Reno the day before the party, and Reno is a place Jagger and Kiely could go for some alone time. We followed them to a location in the hills where Jagger and Kiely spent some time in the past.
I definitely feel like that in this current situation that she's safe. I don't know where she is. We don't have anything to go off of at this point, but
He's just giving me Chris Watts vibes. I'm sorry. I was telling Amanda this the other day. I don't know where she is, but I hope that she's safe. Well, I think she's safe. And if she's not, I want her back. That porch interview. This gives me that vibe. And is the video lagging for you guys? Because I think something's going on with my email. My Wi-Fi. Yeah, for sure, John. I agree. Edward, yeah, it makes you wonder if she accepted a ride home with someone she didn't know. Very possible. But then what happened to the car? Well, that's what they were doing. I mean, no room to assume, right, at this point, but 10:30. Well, here he says 12:30, Amanda. Unless I heard it wrong. I mean, they would drive over here to Nevada and then just hang out in the back or wherever, like some secluded place. You know what they were doing back there.
I fully believe that she's alive and well, and I fully believe that the two of us, three of us, or other people are going to bring her home safe.
Now, Jagger again would
hear what he said, like me, two of us or a few of us are gonna bring her or are gonna bring her home safe. Yeah, I'm not saying he's involved, but he just knows more than he's leading on, I think. God, at this point, anything's possible, honestly. Where's the evidence that she was at the campground?
people to come forward who were there that night that may have any information that can really help in this investigation with law enforcement. He says they can stay anonymous. We will have much more for you later on tonight on this story. Reporting live in Reno, Rowena Shaddix, Fox 40 News.
This same series, an urgent search is
young. Remember, stoners can't put words together properly. Just the gang message.
Very good.
No, I'm talking to detectives. I'm talking to FBI. I'm talking to police. You know, come to me. Come to me with anything. It's just, I don't know. Something weird about that.
Okay, so that was again from 11 months ago. And so now I'm reacting to understanding that Sam was the in between law enforcement. And hello, everyone that has come in. I think I'm considering creating another channel at some point. So the most people that will be there is like 10. What do you mean? What is considered stupid? The bum. You keep giving me fist bumps. I keep looking at for names in the chat. Like, why am I seeing these people she keeps talking to? Yeah. So this live is from 11 months ago. So a year ago, around this time is when I was doing these lives. I'm gonna like create another channel and just like very little people. I get nervous with a lot of people. Scroll up. No, I'm not gonna do that right now. But I will later when I'm looking at this. But I'm gonna keep playing this.
And I've had a lot of people come to share that we need more. Anybody that knew about the party, learned about the party after, knows anything at all. You knew somebody who went. You knew somebody who was planning on going. You knew any drugs or alcohol that was there. You knew somebody who brought somebody. Anything at all. Even if you did not know, you did not know Tyler, you never met Tyler, you had no idea what's going on. You knew about Foster. Please come to me. Like this is what I look like. I don't know. I'll be right here. Please just send me after this or right now. I can take you in there. Anything. The meetup is tonight in Thomas City at the Save Mart. It's right at the Rock Strawway and you turn off and go into the thing. Please come to this tonight. We need every single person there. From 5 to 7:30. I will stay there till 1 a.m. if needed. If kids need to get off work, if kids need.
She's just so gung ho, and yeah, I mean, maybe she's a natural in front of the TV. Natural. She's already 18 or something. But I don't know. Okay, it's because this girl who's leading this. I mean, to me, it seems like she's taking charge of this investigation. From all of her friends. And you'll see more in the interview that's coming up. Oh, guys, you can't see my screen share anymore, can you? We'll try again. Allegedly ex-boyfriend. Yes. Okay, can you guys see or hear me? Or by someone. So I was saying, she seems, to be really on top of this case, wants to help, is organizing everything. But that night, she says it herself. Kiely was too drunk to drive me home, so I got a ride with somebody else. And so left her there, not caring how Kiely got home, right? But here she's acting like her and Kiely, or I don't know why Kylie's so special to her now, or maybe she just likes the attention. Maybe she's just doing this because she gets a lot of attention out of it. Hi, Gina. You know what I mean? I want to know what her motivation is. I'm not assuming she has anything to do with it, but like Amanda says, right? We have questions. And Amanda, I'm glad that you're posting up videos again. If someone can put Amanda's link to her, she leaves her friend there because she's too drunk to drive her home. Kylie's too drunk to drive Sammy home. Cool. If you care so much about her, you should have taken her home with you. You saw that she was drunk. Take her home. Because look at you, here you are, getting all these people together or being the head of this case. Thank you, Utter. I don't know. I keep playing it.
You have people here you can talk to. We're all here to support and help you in any way. And thank you so much for coming out and supporting us. We need everything we can get right now. You just want to find Kylie. And if you have any questions, this is what this is for. And it has to be adults, but under 22. I might know some, but I don't know everything. So, thank you.
Someone said, "Good job, Sammy." Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that? They go, "Good job, Sammy." Watch. Like it's a play. Watch.
And it has to be adults, but under 22. I might know some, but I don't know everything. So, thank you.
Good job, Sammy. Are we rewarding Sammy? Are we rewarding her for leaving an inebriated person behind? Is that what we're doing? Oh, and also, I understand there are people that do not like that we talk about the people that were at this party. But you have to remember that the people at this party were engaging in drugs. The people at this party were engaging in alcohol. The people at this party were engaging in many illegal activities, illegal substances, lying to their parents, or their parents knew what was happening. So at what point are we, the outsiders, not Truckee people, supposed to feel some sort of empathy or forgiveness or understanding to these people? Do you guys understand what I'm saying? So do you guys remember Miss Gina, who lost her child to a drunk driver, Nicholas Baker? Nicholas Baker did not have to serve time. Miss Gina Wesley lost her 19-year-old son. And Nicholas Baker did not have to serve time. If Nicholas Baker was your son, would you be clapping? Would you be clapping, hugging the person that killed your child? I'm never going to forget Miss Gina. Miss Gina will always be a part of my conversation. Gina Wesley, Nicholas Baker was the person that murdered her son. Do you remember Gina? I'm just telling you. I'm just making sure you guys understand, because the people that are listening to me right now, you guys are from 40 years old to 50 years old. Like, I know who listens to me, what age listens to me. I know everybody that's listening has a child. Okay.
What this is for. And it has to be adults, but under 22. I might know some, but I don't know everything. So, thank you.
And by the way, I just want to make it very clear that the person that says good job says Sammy, doesn't say Sam. She says Sammy. Those of you that know what I mean, know what I mean.
Stage, I mean, see stances, but I'm reading your head on it. I'm busy growing. Right? Laying it down.
She's everybody she lives.
Say, oh, Kylie didn't message
I'm fast forwarding.
somebody else or talk to somebody.
No, it's okay.
Walking
It's
around
okay.
with her.
Wait, did she say that she was the last person to contact her after the party? I mean, didn't she leave the party after Kylie? How does she know Kylie didn't message somebody else or talk to somebody else after her?
I know you got a lot going on. I get it.
I'm at the teen to teen meetup, so there's a lot of kids outside.
Everybody's wanting to talk to you, and like I said, I greatly appreciate every minute I have with you. Can you take a quick look at this photo? Is this what can you confirm whether or not she was wearing this at the night of the party? Is that what she was wearing?
Yeah, so that top is exactly what I saw her in. If you can see on her left side, on her hip, you can see some skin. She was wearing a black bodysuit. I remember because we went to the bathroom together, peed in the woods together a couple of times, and so that's her shirt right there. The pants were different that she wore to the party. She was wearing green Dickies pants, but that belt is definitely what she's wearing too. I remember watching her have to take it off when we were using the restroom together. We were out using the outdoor restroom, if like popping squat basically. So yeah,
That was just released from the Placer County Sheriff's Office. This picture, I just found it on their Facebook page.
Yeah.
So there's talk about this top, the spaghetti straps top. Some people are saying it was found at the area. Can you confirm that, or is that
Yeah,
just...
so that has not been confirmed. If it has not been posted on our Find Kiely Rodni Instagram page or on the...
And that's a bodysuit. So the tank top, is he talking about that? Because that's a bodysuit. It's not a tank top. If that bodysuit's gone, there's nothing else.
the website or on the Placer County Sheriff's Office Facebook or anything, then it is not true and it is not something that people should be following on.
So if it's not posted on their Find Kiely thing, if it doesn't go through Sammy, it's not true, right? So Sammy is over here talking about it. And you know what? If I want to say what I want to say about Sammy, I'm going to say it. Because America, right? America. Can say whatever the fuck we want, right? At some point. I don't know. I just get a little frustrated. I'm sorry. I'm coming up a little aggressive. I apologize. Hi, Miss Anna. Hi, Crosshatch. Silence, I'm watching you. Just letting you know. Jazzy and Miss Shan, Crane Kicks. The fact that you're fucking in the chat, Crane Kicks, is so great. I love that. Mary Postupaka. Postupak? Yes. Hi. The bum. You hear the bum. Bum, I hope that your channel grows to whatever you need it to be. I love that for you, sir. And for anybody. I love it. I'm going to keep playing this, though.
Honored, trusting. The information will be posted and will be coming from us when it is confirmed. So to let people know what to look out for, if a changed shirt or something. So yeah, that has not been confirmed.
Okay. Perfect. So at the night of the party, the last time you saw her, can you tell us about, I guess, give us a rundown of the party real quick. I understand it was a large gathering.
Yeah, so it was supposed to be a senior farewell party where all the seniors and everybody from around our area, like Tahoe and Truckee and Incline and Kings Beach, were supposed to be there. They were invited there because it was supposed to be like saying goodbye to your favorite seniors before everybody starts going off to college, because soon enough here people are going to start leaving and moving out.
Hey Jen, how are you? And this is a video from, this is the All American Dream.
Fast forward
later, but yeah,
She was like, she graduated early, so she's considered a senior, and I was a senior, so every senior was.
Okay, I'm gonna be real honest with you guys right now. I never liked the way she said this, and I know I'm gonna get a lot of shit for this, maybe, but I never liked the way she said, and Kiely was considered a senior. For some reason, that never sat well with me. Like, you know, this was a party for seniors, and well, Kiely was considered a senior. It's like you knew that she wasn't part of your school, and you knew that she wasn't your age, and you didn't like that she was there, but you had to accept that she was there because she technically was a senior. And that just seems very like backhandish to me. Does that make sense? Right? Does that make sense? Backhandish. I don't know if that's the right word. Sorry. It's because once I show people that I was a teacher, now they're like, oh, she's a teacher. That's just, right? So I might say some things wrong. Sorry. It's because people get real critical, bro. Like, and then they get real like on their high horse, and then like they say shit like, "Oh, if she's a teacher, she can't say this shit." It's like, bro, relax, dude. Like, I'm a human being. Okay. Anyway, sorry, I'm going off on my tangent, but listen to it again.
Yeah, no, it's not. This is not my stream. But I'll put the link down there in case you guys want to look at it or save it for for later. But yeah, no.
She graduated early, so she's considered a senior, and I was a senior. So every senior was initially invited to the party, and as well, all grades were invited just so that they could say goodbye. So I had talked with Kylie, and I had known she was going beforehand. We hadn't planned on going together, and we ended up not going together. She came with her best friend Mags.
Am I about to break down exactly what she said? Yes. If you don't like it, pause the shit, okay? Because she just said,
and as well, all grades were invited just so that they could say goodbye. So I had talked with Kylie.
I had talked with Kylie. So she had talked with Kylie.
And I'd known she was going beforehand.
And I knew she was going beforehand, right? So Sam spoke to Kylie before Kylie went to the party.
I hadn't planned on going together. So she's considered a senior, and I was a senior. So every senior was initially invited to the party, and as well, all grades were invited just so that they could say goodbye. So I had talked with Kylie, and I'd known she was going beforehand. We hadn't planned.
I had talked to Kylie. I had known beforehand that she was going.
And on going together, and as well, all grades were invited just so that they could say goodbye. So I had talked with Kylie, and I'd known she was going beforehand. We hadn't planned on going together, and we ended up not going together. She came with.
We had not planned to go together, and we ended up not going together. If that is not disassociation, I don't know what is. I knew she was going. I had talked to her that she was going, but we didn't plan to go together, and we ended up not going together. Yes, everyone was invited. Hi, Elena. So I had spoken to Kylie before. We did not plan on going together, and we ended up not going together. So when Sam decided to go to this party, then who did she agree to go to this party with is my question. Who did Sam ask? Who did Sam agree to go to the party with? I think is that a fair question to ask the internet without getting trashed for asking that? May I ask, who did Sam ask to go to the party with? Who did she actually plan to leave with then? Because she knew she had spoken to Kylie, right? Sam had spoken to Kylie about going to the party. But Sam just said, we didn't plan to go together, and we ended up not going together. Okay, Sam, so who did you plan on going to the party with? Does that make sense? Is that a fair question to ask if anyone's listening?
With her best friend senior, or she graduated early, so she's considered a senior, and I was a senior. So every senior was initially invited to the party, and as well, all grades were invited just so that they could say goodbye. So I had talked with Kylie, and I'd known she was going beforehand. We hadn't planned on going together, and we ended up not going together. She came with her best friend Mags, Magdalene, sorry, is her
Magdalene Larson, sorry. If people think that that's not important to look at. Yes, it is important to look at, because if you look at the Chris Watts case, if you look at any case in the world, you overanalyze. Don't we overanalyze the perpetrator's words, sentences, everything? Do we not do that? Or should we just not do that with Sam because she's 18? But so because Sam is 18, then Kylie's justice doesn't matter? Because Sam is 18 and made a bad choice, then Kylie's justice is shit? Because Sam made a mistake. So who gives a fuck what happened to Kylie, right? Because Sam admits she was too drunk. I didn't want her to drive me home. I said, fuck you, Kylie. Figure it the fuck out, basically. So then Kylie doesn't matter? So Kylie doesn't matter because Sam is young and made a mistake? You know what? Who else was young and made a mistake? Who was the girl that had a baby at the hospital? And she was, what, 17, 18? She had the baby at the hospital? And she's getting charged for a criminal act? Because she knew she was having a baby, she put it in the trash and it suffocated in the trash because the baby had air in its lungs. So it was alive. And the girl put the fucking baby, but put the baby in the trash and it died. And that girl is facing criminal charges now. Right? So Sam is not going to face charges. Oh, because it's Sam, right? Let's leave her alone. I don't understand. Can someone make that make sense? Anna Bean, Mary, the Bum, Crank Cake, Sunflower, the Lurkers. Because I know, our friends that maybe don't like to talk here. Rebecca, Linda, Jazzy, Alana, KD, Silence, Codswallop. If you knew that someone left your child at a party because if your child was Kiely and Sam told you, hey, I left her at the party because she was too drunk, so I left her there, would you act the same way that Lindsay did? Yes, Alexi Treviso. Yes. Alexi Treviso is being charged because she had a baby at a hospital. Put it in a trash can and it passed away. It was alive when she delivered it. The baby was alive when Alexi delivered the baby. Alexi is now being charged with criminal charges. Why is Sammy not charged with criminal charges? Why? If an 18-year-old told you, oh, I'm sorry, I left your kid there. She was too drunk to drive me home, so I left her there. I don't understand. Like, that is the part I don't understand. I will leave the conspiracy behind. Honestly, it's simple. It's simple. There are many things that are happening in Truckee. I'm not even going to touch them because honestly, like, all I have to touch on is common sense. Why is Alexi Treviso being charged with criminal charges because she had a baby in a hospital and it passed away when she put it in a trash can? But Sammy is not held accountable for admitting that she left an underage person drunk at a party. Everybody that's listening, even I don't care what kind of fur you have, whether you have 4 paws or a tail, I don't give a shit because we're all people. We're not animals. We're not wolves. We're not squirrels. We're just people with common sense. Think about it, y'all. Like, common sense can unite us, right? Not what the fuck animal you are, because we're people, right? I'm just saying.
Her first name.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, and so she came with her, drove in with her, and then Matt.
Look, I'm just going to tell you right now, it just seems like Sam knew exactly what time Kiely was going to get there because she saw Kiely come in. She saw who Kiely came in with. She says she came in with Mags. She just says that. So, like, is Sam getting some sort of like real-time report as like, oh, we're getting there? Who is texting Sam to let her know that Kiely's getting there? I mean, yes, it's an accident. It is. I think it is. J. Ron, I was like, I'm going to call you out. I'm trying to figure this out. I'm just saying it's an accident, but people are not coming forward when they should, is what I'm saying.
Mags ended up leaving about 10 minutes into the party with her.
So even Sam says Mags left 10 minutes in. Did she watch this whole thing happen?
Her boyfriend going together, and we ended up not going together. She came with her best friend Mags Larson. Magdalene, sorry, is her first name.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, and so she came with her, drove in with her, and then Mags ended up leaving about 10 minutes into the party with her boyfriend Ross, Mags's boyfriend, and
She says she ended up leaving 10 minutes into the party. Mags's boyfriend, that's who you were talking about.
told her, and then Mags ended up leaving about 10 minutes into the party with her boyfriend Ross, Mags's boyfriend, and told Kiely goodbye and everything, and they were never planning on like leaving to.
Okay, so yeah, she goes with her best friend Magdalene. That's right, you guys did tell me that in the chat. And then as soon as she gets there, she leaves with the boyfriend. I wonder if the boyfriend is from there or they just plan to meet there so they could just do their own thing and leave together and do something else.
Together or staying together at the party. They just went to the party together because they were hanging out earlier in the day. And then I saw her the second she got there, and from that moment on, we were pretty much seen together all around the party. We would break off for mere moments from each other to go talk to other people or to go do other things, you know.
To go talk to other people or other things. What does that mean?
But we would always come back to each other. We were just going around the party. We were drinking the same drinks, being teenagers, throwing glow sticks into the party. And it started to grow really big. I would say around 10 to 10:30. It just blew up. Like it started to get to the point where I was getting overwhelmed. And I'm a very social person. I've been to a lot of these parties. I've never been overwhelmed. I've actually been underwhelmed. But at this party, it was.
Imagine being underwhelmed at a party. Imagine being underwhelmed at a party. What does that mean? I really want to understand at the viewpoint of a Sammy is 18 at a senior farewell party in the woods in the middle of the night. She goes, she's at this party and she says, actually, I've been underwhelmed. What does that mean? Like it wasn't exciting enough? Like because I'm assuming that parties that she's been to before were probably before she was 18, right? Actually, I've been to these kind of parties and I've been underwhelmed before. So what are you, like 16, 17 years old at a party underwhelmed? Hello, glitched. How does one get underwhelmed at a party? It's interesting verbiage. And you know what? I may get a lot of shit about this later. And that's okay. That's actually okay. I think I'm just like done. I'm just done with thinking about other people at this point. So like you're underwhelmed at a party in the middle of the woods before? Damn.
It was very large. Like it was bigger than any party we've had in Truckee all year. And for a lot of years past, there were people from what we think Sacramento, San Francisco. I remember talking to somebody who was from San Francisco, Reno, Folsom, areas that were just way out of reach from it. And it was really overwhelming and weird to see, but I didn't really think much of it. I just thought, oh, kids are around here. They have vacation homes up here. They're just coming to party because why not? So
the party was overwhelming, but then she was like, it's cool because people are here on vacation homes. Now, the bum just said Nate H. Are you talking about the handbrake person? We don't talk about those people because then we in trouble.
Kiely and I were going around taking shots and just drinking. We were trading drinks with each other.
You were taking shots, dude. They were taking shots. Okay.
Sharing drinks with each other. We would go back to her car to get some alcohol sometimes, and then we went to her car to charge her phone, and we were talking.
See, that part when she says we went to her car to charge her phone, I'm going to tell you, this is 11 months ago, okay, when I was listening to this. I was doing a live on this 11 months ago. When Sam says we went back to her car to charge her phone, to me, that doesn't sound like Kiely was a part of that. Does that make sense? Like, I believe something already happened to Kiely at that point, but Kylie's phone was dead. Like at 12:03, you know how at 12:03 the family app stopped sending info to Lindsay's, like, you know, the family whatever 360 whatever. Lindsay says that at 12:03 she stops getting any information about Kiely. So I believe that at this point, Kylie's phone did die or something happened, right? And then Sam at this point says, we went back to the car to charge Kylie's phone. It doesn't seem like, she doesn't say like Kiely and I went back to charge the phone, right? You have to listen to the arguing, or not arguing, but I was reading chat, but listen.
Drinking around, taking shots, and it was really overwhelming and weird to see, but I didn't really think much of it. I just thought, oh, kids are around here. They have vacation homes up here. They're just coming to party because why not? So then Kiely and I were going around taking shots and just.
Okay, because listen, I just want you to just make a note of it. Every time she speaks on an account that includes her and Kiely, she says Kiely and I, or Kiely and I saw Kiely. She speaks of Kiely in the present, in the first person. But then in this instance, when she's talking about charging Kylie's phone, she says, we went to the car to charge Kylie's phone. She doesn't say Kiely went to the car or we went with Kiely to charge the phone. Does that make sense? Look, listen again to how she says it. So this is how I initially listened to this at the beginning, right? Look.
We've had in Truckee all year, and for a lot of years past, there are people from what we think Sacramento, San Francisco. I remember talking to somebody who was from San Francisco, wow, Reno, Folsom, areas that were just way out of reach from it. And it was really overwhelming and weird to see, but I didn't really think much of it. I just thought, oh, kids are around here. They have vacation homes up here. They're just coming to party because why not? So then Kiely and I.
So here she says, Kiely and I.
We're going around taking shots and just drinking. We were trading drinks with each other. We were sharing drinks with each other.
We were trading. So Kiely and I, we were walking around. We were sharing drinks, whatever.
We would go back to her car to get some.
We would go back to her car. So it's not just her and Kiely. It's her and multiple people going to Kylie's car.
Alcohol sometimes. And then we went to her car to charge her phone.
We went to her car to charge her phone. Do you guys understand kind of what I'm getting at or no?
And we were talking about just random stuff, and then it's kind of hard to remember.
See, and this is where she cannot remember what happened anymore. Right? So after this, after she talks about going back to Kylie's car to charge the phone, so that's why I'm saying at 12:03 is when Kylie's phone died, right? At 12:03 is when the 360 Life app stopped giving information to Lindsay, right? This is like accounted for in news articles. From 12:03 to 12:30 is when Sam and other people went to the car to charge Kylie's phone, because only Kiely is going to have the charger for her phone. Right? There may be other, like different iPhones have different chargers, but they need to go to Kylie's car to charge Kylie's phone. Hi, everybody. Mary, hi. Hi, Unbiased Facts. Jazzy D, everybody. Thank you guys for being here. I forget that I need to stop looking at the number of people that are watching, because that's when I get freaked out.
And so, or no, we were talking about her texting her mom and her charging her phone and stuff, and just.
So she says we were talking about her texting her mom, her charging her phone. Do you guys understand? she doesn't say, Sam doesn't say, oh, Kiely was talking about texting her mom, and Kiely was talking about this, right?
About the just random stuff, and then it's kind of hard to remember. And so, or no, we were talking about.
It's hard to remember because this is when the lies begin. That's what she says. It's hard to remember because this is where now they have to change the facts, in my opinion. Right? That's what this is. Because she remembers everything. Look, she remembers,
Sacramento, San Francisco. I remember talking to somebody who's from San Francisco.
She says, I remember talking. Look at her face.
Francisco, wow. Reno, Folsom, areas that were just way out of reach from it. And it was really overwhelming and weird to see, but I didn't really think much of it. I just thought, oh, kids are around here. They have vacation homes up here. They're just coming to party because why not? So then Kiely and I were going around.
See, here she takes, like, she personifies Kiely. She says, Kiely and I.
Taking shots.
Kiely and I were taking shots.
And just drinking. We were trading drinks with each other. We were sharing drinks with each other. We would go back to her car to get some alcohol sometimes. And then we went to her car to charge her phone. And we were talking about...
this is where the lie is.
Just random stuff. And then it's kind of hard to remember.
It's hard to remember, right? It's a split second, right? And if there is somebody in the chat that does not agree with me, that is okay. I'd rather you tell me now than make a weird ass little video about it tomorrow. It's just tell me now. Right? Right? Instead of like I'm making a weird ass little video or making fun of me tomorrow.
And so, or no, we were talking about
Gotta remember the lie. No, if anyone's weak, it's me. Okay? If anyone is weak, I am weak. I am weak. I'm weak. Because I still, like, I'm petty, right? And I talk about it. I'm fucking weak. I'm like, oh, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm fucking so, like, self-centered right now. I'm like, oh, don't make fun of me, right? I'm a fucking little, like, pussy ass bitch. I know this. That's why you can't hurt me. I trust me. But look at this shit, right? This is the lie.
Her texting her mom and her charging her phone and stuff and just about to remember. And so, or no, we were talking about her texting her mom.
We were talking, look, now listen to how she changes. Look how she changes what she says. She says, we're talking about her texting her mom. We were talking about her doing this, right? So she stopped saying Kiely and I, right? So now how she is saying this story is from a second person. Now this is the story that we are going to tell people. Does that make sense?
Mom and her charging her phone and stuff and just about the party in general. And then we had a few other friends in the car and then we all decided to go back.
And then we had a few other friends in the car and then we decided to go back to the party. And then those are the last few moments that we have of Kiely's existence. So tell me why it is not okay to speak on these last few moments of Kiely's life. Why is it not okay? Why is it not okay? Because Sam says there were several people in Kiely's car before Kiely's accident happened. So Sam is not the only witness, right? There has to be more. right? Yes. I'm gonna do a real ballsy move right now and put the StreamYard link. Okay, here we go.
Back to the part, hard to remember. And so, or no, we were talking about her texting her mom and her charging her phone and stuff, and just about the party in general. And then we had a few other friends in the car, and then we all decided to go back to the party.
We had other friends in the car, and then we decided to go back to the party. Why are we not allowed to talk about that? I don't understand. It's like the people that say it was an accident, get over it. It's like, bro, if you have witnesses of what happened, wouldn't you want to know, even if it was an accident, like meaning Kiely just was drunk and drove into the water? Fine. Let's say that's just what it was and there was no nefarious or no cover up or whatever. Wouldn't you want to still know what the last moments of your child's like life were? You know what I mean? Wouldn't you want to know who the last few people that were talking to her? Wouldn't you want to know every second? Right? Or maybe I don't have children, so I'm speaking maybe out of place here, you know? Sorry, and I make fun of myself just to kind of like get ahead of the people that are going to do it anyway, because I can't help but watch their shit. I can't help it. Hi, Farcanel. I can't help it. It's like kind of like when you're a masochist and you don't want to see the shit, but you see it, and then you see people like talk shit about you, and then you're just like, damn, dude, you don't even know me. But that's okay. They're not important, but like it still kind of gets to me. So that's why my pettiness comes out. But anyway, sorry. Continuing.
Party, just random stuff, and then it's kind of hard to remember. And so, or no, we were talking about her texting her mom and her charging her phone and stuff, and just about the party in general. And then we had a few other friends in the car, and then we all decided to go back to the party, and we were around.
I want to hear from those other people that were in the car with them then. It was her, Kiely, and a couple of other people. They had alcohol in the car. Who bought the alcohol? You know, is that another reason why everything is so hush hush, because adults were buying these kids alcohol? You know, Mags and Kiely went to the party together. Did they go with alcohol? I'm thinking like bottles or beer, whatever. So where did this, how did this all happen? You know, I mean, nobody wants to, basically no one wants to admit they committed a crime, especially adults. Ryan Upchurch, okay, if you want to put the link down to that, Jen, go for it. Absolutely, put down that video and I'll watch it later.
Oh shit, I forgot, dude. Okay, so I'm gonna be real honest. I didn't know who Ryan Upchurch was when this all went down, and I feel kind of embarrassed because I didn't know who he was, and I still kind of don't listen to him, like his music or whatever. And in this live, I believe it was when one of my friends said, "Oh, have you heard of Ryan Upchurch?" And I was like, "What was that?" Right? And so, oh man, I don't know if I want to show you all the rest. Did you talk to Angel? Who's that? Farking out.
That would be awesome. Thank you. With your mother an attorney and your dad's PI, I think you've been told what to say. Well, that's a good point, Hochi. It's a very good point. Very good point. The other people that were in the car. And so Kiely went in to charge her phone. Oh, there we go.
In there for a bit. I had asked her for a ride home when we were in the car because my ride was leaving and I wanted to stay at the party longer. And
wait, so who was Sam's original ride then? Who was the original ride? Oh, Angel, the one that did the podcast. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. No, I did not talk to Angel. Angel's too famous for me. Who was her ride then? Who did she agree to leave with? Is it bad that we ask these questions? Oh my God, I get so frustrated. Because she's like, I knew Kylie was going, and we hadn't agreed to go, and we ended up not going together. So who the fuck did you go with, and how come you don't say that name? How come you don't say that name, but you say Magdalene, Mags Larson, sorry, Ross? Like, she fucking says all these names, but she doesn't say who she was going with. I'm sorry, it's still sus. Like, come at me, come at me, come at me. Like, leave a mean comment. Okay, that was kind of dumb for me to say. Sorry.
So then we ended up splitting up in the party because I went to go find another ride when we got back into the party after leaving the car, so that we
could.
That's the part I don't understand either. I don't know if it's been confirmed, Gina. Right now, that's what people are telling me. But she just said that she wanted to leave the party. Or no, she wanted to stay longer. And her ride was leaving. Right? Whoever Sammy went to the ride with, this girl, whoever she went to the party with, her ride was already leaving. And so she asked Kylie for a ride home because Sammy wanted to stay longer. Right? But then she says they went back to the party and then she wanted to go home. I mean, I don't understand that part. If someone can maybe.
Okay, wait now. Hold on that I go back and listen to this. Because you're listening to 11 months ago, Ara. So then there was a ride that left right before. Somebody that left in the mass exodus then, right? 12:30? There was somebody, that person that left that Sam was supposed to go home with. They were already leaving, but Sam wanted to stay longer. So everybody was leaving at 12:30, right? So who do we know? I mean, I'm not the greatest like sleuther of the kids at this party because I feel a certain kind of way of like looking into like kids like, shit, but I know there are other, there are creators that are like really good with that, and do what you got to do. So those of you that are in the chat maybe have more insight than I do now 11 months later. Who would have Sam originally driven home with then? Those of you that know these kids better than me. Good night, Miss Shan. Thank you for being here. Who would have Sam left with? Who would she have left with? Like, who were her friends? Who would she have planned to go with her? Or how are you applying to me from 11 months ago? No, right now, this is me from right now. I appreciate you being here as long as you were, ma'am. Yes, and why is that person a secret?
Yeah, I'm missing something.
In the car because my ride was leaving. Her texting her mom and her charging her phone and stuff and just about the party in general. And then we had a few other friends in the car and then we all decided to go back to the party and we were around in there for a bit. I had asked her for a ride home when we were in the car because my ride was leaving and I wanted to stay at the party longer. And so then we ended up splitting up in the party because I went to go find another ride when we got back into the party after leaving the car. So
Sam had an original driver to this party, correct? She knew that Kylie was going, did not plan to go with Kylie. This is me in the present now, sorry. Sorry, I have to make sure. Right, I'm looking back at an old live. I'm sorry, it's confusing, but this is me now. This is August, now the 9th, 2023. What I'm getting back from this old live is Sam knew Kiely was going to this party, did not plan to go with her, did not plan on leaving with her, but was with Kiely the whole time. But then asked Kiely for a ride into the car when they were charging Kylie's phone. And then when they left Kylie's car, Sam went to look for another ride. So this had to happen close to 12:30. So Sammy's ride had to leave right before 12:30 or at 12:30. Because remember, if you believe the fire cam footage, Kylie's car went at 12:33. At 12:33, the car was in the water. I mean, it was submerged in the water at 12:33. So in 3 minutes, Sam decided for another ride. Do you understand? Like there are like 3-4 minutes in between shit.
We could.
Oh, and then she goes. So
sorry, my mind is in a moment.
So she goes. So we could. What does she say? Oh, so we could. Who the fuck is we?
Yeah. Back into the party after leaving the car, so that we could. Sorry, my mind is in a moment.
No, that's okay.
What the fuck does she mean by we could?
When just about the party in general, and then we had a few other friends in the car, and then we all decided to go back to the party.
We had a few other friends. Who the fuck were these other friends?
And we were around in there for a bit. I had asked her for a ride home when we were in the car because my ride was leaving, and I wanted to stay at the party longer. And so then.
So basically, what I'm understanding is that the only reason that Kiely stayed at this party as long as she did was because Sammy wanted to be there that long. Sam wanted to be at this party long. Kiely did not. Kiely wanted to go home. In my opinion. Yes or no? Let me replay that.
We
party, and then she wanted to go home. I mean, I don't understand that part. If someone can maybe I'm missing something.
In the car because my ride was leaving. Her texting her mom and her charging her phone and stuff, and just about the party in general. And then we had a few other friends in the car, and then we all decided to go back to the party. And we were around in there for a bit. I had asked her for a ride home when we were in the car because my ride was leaving, and I wanted to stay at the party longer.
So Sam's ride was leaving. Sam wanted to stay longer. I don't know what this means, y'all. What the fuck does this mean? So Sam wanted to stay longer, so she asked Kiely to give her a ride home, but Kiely, she was trying to get home at a reasonable time. You can't believe, okay, so Alana says, and this is a really good point. Alana says, you can't believe anything she says, which makes it difficult to piece together what really went on. Alana, you're not wrong. I believe that because she is 18 years old and giving these statements, for me personally, it's easy to see the lie. It's easy to see the lie in her statements because I deal with the people in this age range daily, if that makes sense. So, and again, like if you have children, right, you know when your children are lying to, you can tell, like you know, like these they have these mannerisms, or if like I don't know how to explain it, but again, this is just my opinion. I believe in listening to something and that's something giving you the truth and the lies, or the lies and the truth, if that makes sense. Okay. But again, this is just my opinion. I am not God. I don't know what the fuck. You don't have to believe anything I say.
And we was in my car because my ride was leaving. her texting her mom and her charging her phone and stuff, and just about the party in general. And then we had a few other friends in the car, and then we all decided to go back to the party, and we were around in there for a bit. I had asked her for a ride home when we were in the car because my ride was leaving and I wanted to stay at the party longer. And so then we ended up
Look, I'm just going to be real honest here. I'm going to say like what's in my heart. I listen to the big creators, right? I listen to Plunder. I love Plunder. I love well, I used to love this creator. I'm not going to say their name anymore. It doesn't matter. But I love Plunder. I still love Plunder. I love Down the Rabbit Hole, even though Down the Rabbit Hole still kind of like makes fun of people like me. I don't care because I believe they're still like there for the truth and they say like what's in their heart and what's real. I love Down the Rabbit Hole. I love Jules of All Trades. Actually, Jules of All Trades still wants justice for Kiely. You guys know, I support Squirrels on Fire because of their tenacity to figure out the truth. Like, we're all doing things our own way. So I don't know where I was going with this, but like our hearts are in the right place, you know. I could absolutely be looking at an interview like I could be biased, right? When I'm listening to an interview. This is why I'm looking at an interview from 11 months ago. I want to see if I still agree with myself, right? Yeah, I think she tells a lot of lies and some. I guess it's just, what is what is productive to do is to be able to kind of like speak and share your opinion. Sometimes I have allowed the growth of the channel to kind of like censor maybe myself, but I'm going to try not to do that anymore. So again, in the anniversary of Kiely's or I guess of the case, what I plan to do on my channel is go live and call myself out and watch old lives that I did around this time when I was really like diving into the Kiely case, and then agreeing to disagree with myself, or because or not, because I think that's just like the safest thing to do. Rebecca said CNY. And Silence said Jules. Yes, Jules, CNY. I love CNY family. That's cool. And yeah, like I don't care. Yeah, like people can be here from there are no like lines. I think I'm gonna make it very important that like my space, I don't give a shit who like, like if someone like this other creator doesn't, I don't care. Can we all just be here for the truth and that's it, right? Like don't let anything separate us. I think, is that cool? Thank you, Zombie Girl. You guys are, Miss Jody's here. I love you, Miss Jody. I have respect for anyone that just talks about Kiely. And I just want to leave it like that, if that's cool, All right, let me keep playing this shit though, because I have to end this soon.
Splitting up in the party because I went to go find another ride when we got back into the party after leaving the car, so that we could
more lies,
stay at the party longer. And so then we ended up splitting up in the party because I went to go find another ride when we got back into the party after leaving the car so that we could
That part too. Isn't that weird? I ended up, so after we split up, I ended up leaving the party or leaving her so we could. What is that?
sorry, my mind is in a mode. We could find another ride when we got back into the party after leaving the car so that we could
Who is we and what are you trying to do? Why are you splitting up?
sorry. And so then we ended up splitting up in the party because I went to go find another ride when we got back into the party after leaving the car.
I just never understood that. Like in the 15 minutes you were in the car, you asked Kiely for a ride because whoever was supposed to drive you home said, I'm leaving. And Sam was like, nah, I want to stay longer. But like 5 to 10 minutes later, you realize that Kiely was too drunk to drive you home. So you're like, oh, I'm going to get out of my car and go look for a ride, a sober ride. Who the fuck is sober? Everyone is as sober as Kiely, no?
So that we could sorry, my mind is in
sorry again, because my mind is whatever, right? Let me put it back.
No, that's okay.
This is where I think she messed up. I think this is the part where she messed up. Because she's talking about why she didn't leave with her original ride. She's putting herself in the car with Sammy, right? Just in case you find the car and we have, Sammy's DNA in there for whatever reason. She's placing herself in there. Again, I am not accusing this.
Okay, what you're about to hear is, again, 11-month-old me. So I just said I'm not accusing Sam, but I literally am accusing her. So, oops.
This woman ride. She's putting herself in the car with Sammy, right? Just in case you find the car and we have, Sammy's DNA in there for whatever reason. She's placing herself in there. Again, I am not accusing this woman of this young lady of anything. I am just kind of I'm thinking out loud. That's all. This is where she messes up because this is where her story, she's not getting it straight. And I understand she was inebriated at the party. I get it. So she probably doesn't even remember what's happening. She's just probably trying to make sense of what happened that night. She says she was feeling overwhelmed. They were drunk. I don't expect her to know exactly every detail of everything. So I get that. But this is where she kind of messes up. And you can tell she stops talking. She freaks out a little bit from what I see. I'll rewind it one more time, see what you guys think.
That's okay.
I was leaving. We had a few other friends in the car, and then we all decided to go back to the party. And we were around in there for a bit. I had asked her for a ride home when we were in the car because my ride was leaving, and I wanted to stay at the party longer. And so then we ended up splitting up in the party because I went to go find another ride when we got back into the party after leaving the car so that we could sorry, my mind is in a moment.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I want to take a couple of questions here real quickly. Noah in the chat wants to ask you, who was fighting at the party? The girl and guy, look into them. Was there a fight at the party?
Yeah, so there were some friendly fights that were going on. There was we had boxing gloves. People were trying to instigate. It wasn't anybody who had really.
Also, friendly fights. There were friendly fights. This was another thing 11 months ago, right? We have all heard this bullshit at this point. I know you guys probably think that I'm going overboard, but whatever. I don't care at this point. But 11 months ago, even when you hear this, right? So when we heard this, Daniel was like, Fight Club? What? Because who the fuck sends friendly fights? Yeah, we were just have some friendly fights. Friendly and fights do not go in the same sentence together. Right? Because, and also the person that asked that on Tony's panel or on Tony's thing, who were the guy and girl? I almost wish that I could track down the person that asked that because it's how do you even know that? The girl and that Yeah. Yes. I'm reading y'all's comments, but yes. Look.
Really any drama or they weren't
No.
enemies or anything. It was more just friendly.
That's okay. I want to take a couple of questions here real quickly. Noah in the chat wants to ask you, who was fighting at the party? The girl and guy, look into them. Was there a fight at the party?
Yeah, so there were some friendly fights that were going on. There was like we had boxing gloves. People were like trying to instigate. It wasn't anybody who had really any drama or.
People were not trying to instigate it. He goes, people were trying to. What did she say? Okay, y'all tell me in the comments what she said.
Fighting at the party. The girl and guy, look into them. Was there a fight at the party?
Yeah, so there were some friendly fights that were going on. There was like we had boxing gloves. People were like trying to instigate. It wasn't anybody who had really any drama or they weren't enemies or anything. It was more just friendly fights to keep entertainment going. This happens at a lot of our parties. We just.
Did y'all catch all that or no? Like, did you catch it all? Or no?
Noah in the chat wants to ask you, who was fighting at the party? The girl and guy, look into them. Was there a fight at the party?
Yeah, so there were some friendly fights that were going on. There was like we had boxing gloves. People were like trying to instigate. It wasn't anybody who had really any drama or they weren't enemies or anything. It was more.
So if you're trying to instigate fights, are you instigating fights with your best friends? Wouldn't you instigate fights with people that you would have drama with? She says, but not people that had drama. So then who would want to fight with each other? I'm not going to, if I have my best friend there, I'm not going to be like, hey, let's throw some punches. No, I'd probably, like, if I was in that situation and if it was like, if I'm supposed to be a fucking monkey and have a fight with someone, it'd probably be someone that I had an issue with. Or tell me that I'm wrong. There are 83 people here. Actually, there's like a way that you can see how many people are like participants. Oh shit. So it says participants and it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are 13 participants, but 80 people watching. Okay, that's fucking weird. That's crazy. I never actually like looked at that like that. Should I be worried, y'all? Should I be worried? What do you guys think about that? Now it went up to 15. Should I be worried? Mm-hmm. Whoop. The fact that I even looked at that was kind of stupid, right? It's because it says Daniel's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Because it says there's 83 people watching, but there's literally only like 10 people chatting. So it's like, you know how many 70 people are? And they're just like, they're in the background, right? Like in the shadow listening. And it's scary for me. That's why I'm like, I want to end the live because that's scary. Anyway, I'm going to keep playing it.
Or just friendly fights to keep entertainment going. This happens at a lot of our parties. We just do it to have fun. If somebody gets hurt, like.
And they have fights for fun. That's what they do. What I need to do right now is I need to take Zeus out. He needs a little potty break. I'll come back.
It wasn't like a fight out of anger. It was just kind of a just a fun competition type of fighting.
Yeah, just see who wins and who goes home with the title. Which I will randomly admit, people do end up getting in fights over who won, but not this time.
Dude, that always got me. That comment always got me. I don't know what it was, but it was just like everyone fights over who won, but not this time. Mac, it's okay. I know some of y'all are listening. I'm just being paranoid, but you guys know me. It's just, I can't get over it, right? I can't get over it. Like, sorry, you know? It's just weird, right? I know you guys are listening. I know my friends are listening. It's just everything else. This is just me, like, explaining my personal opinion on it. It's just, but not this, that. Why would you say that, though? Because this is, yeah, who said it? Who sounds smug? Hold on. Someone said smug. Yeah, Drift Away said, how smug, right? The fight video, you'll understand.
Daniel Taylor, and Nola, thank you for that comment. Daniel Taylor's in the house. Daniel Taylor wants to ask you, did Kiely have her boyfriend or an ex-boyfriend with her at the party?
No, there was no ex-boyfriend there. Her ex-boyfriend lived in Napa. He was in Napa at the time, and I think he lives in Napa. And he actually drove up the next day, the second he heard that she was missing. He's very close with her family and her. There was no anything, and she does not.
There was no anything.
Currently have a boyfriend. She was rocking the single life.
Rocking the single life. That always bothered me too. Is that bad? Please, someone tell me in the chat that I'm kind of looking too much into that. Please.
Like up the next day, the second he heard that she was missing. He's very close with her family and her. There was no anything, and she does not currently have a boyfriend. She was rocking the single life, like we used to say.
Like we used to say. Who the fuck talks as a 16-year-old? We were rocking the single life. Is that bad that I still, I mean, am I going to get sued? No. For saying what I think.
She's not here at the time, and I think he lives in Napa. And he actually drove up the next day, the second he heard that she was missing. He's very close with her family and her. There was no anything, and she does not currently have a boyfriend. She was rocking the single life, like we used to say. She just
Look, yeah, this might be a little disrespectful. Like we want to like leave this time, you know, for Kiely. I get that. It's August the 9th. That's why I did not go live on specific days, you know. But it's weird. It's weird though, right? It's weird or no? Sometimes I wish somebody would go in the chat and be like, I don't just shut the fuck up. Honestly, sometimes I'm waiting for that. I'm like waiting for it. Because my mods would not do anything until I said, but like, I just want to hear. It's okay. Jody's in charge. Jody knows what's up. Scrolls on fire. So I trust my mods. It's all good. I trust my mods. It's all good. No. My mods are number one, honestly.
wanted to be. He lives in Napa. And he actually drove up the next day, the second he heard that she was missing. He's very close with her family and her. There was no anything, and she does not currently have a boyfriend. She was rocking the single life, like we used to say. She just wanted to be open and single and have fun as a kid.
I get it. She's only 16. She's just a baby. I just can't even imagine. How's mom doing? Have you talked to her mom at all?
Yeah, so I've been in close contact with the family.
How they doing? She looked just a nervous wreck. I can't even imagine what she's going through.
Yeah.
Our thoughts and prayers are with. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry. Continue. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say our thoughts and prayers are with the family. It's going to be a hard time. What can we do to help? What can the public do? The web sleuths out there. What can we do to help find Kiely? What can we do to help you?
To everyone at this point around the world, I'm hoping that this is reaching, and if anybody's seeing this, just if they can keep sharing this, get the story out to neighbors and friends and family and local news stations and local newspapers, and posting flyers, making flyers, screenshotting, and somehow making flyers. We need this information to spread everywhere. We're trying to get posters everywhere, information everywhere, just trying to have everybody in the world at this point looking for Kiely and just trying to find Kiely. And if anybody sees anything, to report it immediately to the police, the Placer County Sheriff's Office, or the numbers that have been loaded on. There's been a lot of trouble and frustration with people about the tip line, but they have to understand that there's 1,000 people in there working, getting millions of calls a day now.
I know you had stated that we're not trying to create any rumors, but there was something on the Facebook page that I wanted to see if maybe you can comment on this. It says 2 days ago on the Neighbors app, at 1 o'clock in the morning, a topless female was being chased by a Honda CRV and was pulled back into the vehicle in Sacramento, California. That's about an hour and 38 minutes away from Prosser Campground. Kiely drives the Honda CRV. Her tank top was possibly found at the scene. I know we just so they're saying her tank top was found due to
Yeah, so we are investigating into that currently, from my knowledge of the detectives. And
alrighty, y'all, I'm back. Thank you for hanging out. I mean, they probably are doing that. I don't think they're just letting this girl kind of be the detective. I think they're just letting her talk and just watching her, honestly. Letting her dig her own grave, right? Like, who said that? She confuses me a little too, Gina. But again, they're kids, 18, 16 years old, drinking. I mean, yeah, we think at that age that we're invincible. Toolbox with talking about this case the other day with Amanda. He was listening to the live, and his first thought was, sounds like Fight Club, but we don't talk about Fight Club. That's like the first rule of Fight Club, right? I didn't know that. Friendly fights, exactly, friendly fight, and they have someone there just in case someone gets hurt. I don't know. She's like the word party, right? Kiely leaving in 45 minutes and Sammy getting a lift with her, but leaves to go find another ride. Yeah, I don't understand that either, Hochi. I don't get it. Yeah, it's nervousness, though. Yeah, I agree. I mean, yeah, it could be anything, really. It's so early in the case. I mean, imagine what we'll know in 2 weeks. Look how the Summer Wells case just turned into, honestly, that case turned into a real shit show. I'm going to be honest. At some point, it was difficult to follow the Summer Wells case because so much drama between, the parents and then the kids being taken by CPS, and still haven't found Summer, and it just turned into this nightmare shit show. And the police department, I don't think, was prepared to handle just how much social media attention it was going to get. And I think this case is that same thing is going to happen. There's going to be so much social media attention, like there already is. Man, I could read.
What I've done is I've shared the StreamYard link in the chat. If anyone wants to come up and kind of like chat, that's cool. I welcome it, actually. You don't need to be like have a channel or whatever the fuck. You're welcome to just come up and talk. I don't know, Farcanel. I don't know. Farcanel, you've been like one of my oldest friends, but cod swallowed. Got your joke. I'm so behind. But the link is there. This is the time to come and chat. It's cool. Carrie asks, has there been much on the 1-year anniversary over there in the USA? Honestly, the 1-year anniversary, from what I've been watching, because I've been kind of silent on YouTube the last week or so, it's just been drama. Like, drama has been surrounding Kiely's anniversary, which I think is kind of sad. I mean, the drama comes from, you know, the court documents stating that Right Up Church is being sued, but also like people kind of going after other people on their community posts and doing weird. I don't understand. I'm not even getting into that, but it's kind of like a lot of stuff has been clouding just Kylie's story, and I think that's kind of sad, but it is what it is, you know. So, but again, the invite link. I know no one's gonna take it. I don't even know why I put it down there. Kind of pathetic at that point that I do that, but I put it there because I know people have things to say. So my space is for us to talk. But I'm still gonna keep sharing this live because I'm still gonna listen to it. You know,
Really hinder cases, you know. So the police have to keep a lot to themselves because misinformation and rumors spread like wildfire. No pun intended. Didn't she say that Kiely wasn't in the right frame of mind to drive? Yeah, she said that Kiely was too drunk, so Sam didn't want to drive home with Kiely. I do not believe so, Jen. They did not. Yeah, right? Don't worry. She's looking into it. Yeah. Thank you, Hochi, for being here. Yeah. I live in Alabama, and I remember this guy.
Her shirt has not been found. I can confirm that. Her shirt was not found, nor were any articles of her clothing at all.
Okay, so I want to let's repeat that. The spaghetti strap shirt that was claimed to have been found, that was not hers.
No, it was not hers. It was investigated by the FBI and the cops and everything.
Thank you so much for clarifying that. So the spaghetti strap shirt, the top that was found, that did not belong to Kiely Rodni. Thank you for that, Sammy.
Yeah.
So I can.
Okay, so they found a spaghetti strap shirt, and Sammy's the one that's confirming. Yeah, it's been confirmed by all the officials that it wasn't her tank top. Who did they ask? Sammy? Did they ask, hey, Sammy, is this the shirt she was wearing? All Sammy has to say is no. You know, is the mom going to know? Is the mom going to remember? Is Sammy going to remember? I mean, who are they confirming this with? You know, and just Sammy's on top of it. And I don't know whether to be impressed or suspicious or what. That's where I am right now. I don't know.
I mean, so now when we watched the press conference, the police were saying that they're trying to get everyone that was at that party to come forward. So should we tell, you know, should we get that message out as well to everybody that was at that party that they needed? Who did they contact?
Well, I've been not in charge, but I've taken on the responsibility of trying to get in contact with everybody at that party.
Party that they needed. Who did they contact?
Well, I've been not in charge, but I've taken on the responsibility.
No, you say call the police. That's what you do. You say call the police. Not I'm in charge of. And I've taken the responsibility of.
Of trying
forward. So should we tell, you know, should we get that message out as well to everybody that was at that party that they needed? Who did they contact?
Well, I've been not in charge, but I've taken on the responsibility of trying to get in contact with everybody at that party.
Okay, I know you guys are chatting in the chat about something, but I really want you to take a listen to what she just said. Some of you may have already seen this, but this one part is, from all the babbling she's been doing, a very important part of this interview. Look what she says here about taking charge of contacting everybody at the party.
So should we tell, you know, should we get that message out as well to everybody that was at that party that they needed? Who did they contact?
Well, I've been not in charge, but I've taken on the responsibility of trying to get in contact with everybody at that party. I've posted teen meetups, teen to teens, where there's no adults, no parents, and no media coverage. Everybody stays anonymous, and everybody does not get, like, everybody is just talking teen to teen. We have interviewers, only about 7 or 8 of us, and that's the limit we're trying to keep it at.
7 or 8 of us. So there are 7. So there are 7 to 8 teens that are in charge of these teen to teen meetings. Seven to eight.
To keep your teen to teens where there's no adults, no parents, and no media coverage. Everybody stays anonymous, and everybody does not get, like, everybody is just talking teen to teen. We have interviewers, only about 7 or 8 of us, and that's the limit we're trying to keep it at to keep the information kind of in a simple one source area.
Simple one source area. 7 to 8 people that are filtering information from 300 teens. The teens, yes, Bobo. Yes.
That we can try does not get, like, everybody is just talking teen to teen. We have interviewers, only about 7 or 8 of us, and that's the limit we're trying to keep it at to keep the information kind.
No, the interviewers are not law enforcement. They're teen to teens. They're teens. You have 7 to 8 teens.
Kind of in a not in charge, but I've taken on the responsibility of trying to get in contact with everybody at that party. I've posted teen meetups, teen to teens, where there's no adults, no parents, and no media coverage. Everybody stays anonymous, and everybody does not get, like, everybody is just talking teen to teen. We have interviewers, only about 7 or 8 of us, and that's the limit we're trying.
And by the way, these teen to teens were happening in front of law enforcement, and law enforcement was just cool with it. These teen to teens were happening in the same space that law enforcement was in. Are you going to tell me that law enforcement was not condoning, or at least not stopping these things from happening? It's okay, Jazzy. No worries. Look, common sense is all I have. Okay? That's it. Farkanal, your comments are like literally throwing me off. Like, is everything okay? Have I pissed you off? Like, are we good? Like, what's up? Okay. We are going to see the CHP report, Mary. And it's going to tell us how it was an accident, and then we're all going to have to just shut the fuck up. That's what's supposed to happen.
Trying to keep it at, everybody stays anonymous, and everybody does not get, like, everybody is just talking teen to teen. We have interviewers, only about 7 or 8 of us, and that's the limit we're trying to keep it at to keep the information kind of in a simple one source area that we can go to. And we've moved locations multiple, trying to make things more convenient in the Tahoe area, in the truck.
It's okay, Farkanal. Like, I'm literally just worried. You're like an old friend, so I just want to make sure everything's cool. Thank you, Mrs. Seal. You're very nice, but go back to work. Mrs. Seal is opening up her own bed and breakfast. So everybody wish Mrs. Seal good luck, please. Because Mrs. Seal is going to house my honeymoon one day.
Truckee area. We can't teen to teen. We have interviewers, only about 7 or 8 of us, and that's the limit we're trying to keep it at to keep the information kind of in a simple one source area that we can go to. And we've moved locations multiple, trying to make things more convenient in the Tahoe area, in the Truckee area. we've held one last night, and then we held one tonight, and we had a lot of teens come out today and explain things. It's just a way for teens to not feel the pressure of getting in trouble by their parents, or to feel like the cops are going to get them in trouble.
See, that's interesting to me. This is just interesting, okay? She's the one that's put herself in charge of contacting everybody. It's not like the police told her to do this. And again, there's nothing wrong with the community coming together to help find Kiely. I know that's the end result. We just want to find her, right? However, the way she speaks of this just doesn't sit well. She put herself in charge of contacting everybody at the party. Fine, great. But she's saying, because he just asked her, who should they contact in case they have information? She says, me. Okay. I don't know if I like that, because if they're coming to her because they're afraid to get in trouble, so they're going to go to her and not the cops. To me, again, maybe I'm too much of a pessimist. That I think she's just trying to filter out the information. Go to her. We'll get together. No cops, no parents, no social media. I'm sorry, no news crews or whatever. And then so we can keep the information centralized. I don't know what the heck she's talking about. They need to go to the police. That means she should not be encouraging them to go to her, because what's going to happen? It's a game of telephone at that point. I mean, I wonder what the cops feel about this. And they probably don't want to comment about it, because that's just going to take away attention from their investigation, you know? So I think they're just letting this happen, and the cops are doing their jobs. But what? Under 18, they shouldn't talk to anyone, and especially without an attorney. Well, see, they're all around 18 years old. This is a senior party, so they're all over of age. But it just doesn't seem right. Yeah, Kevin, maybe they're just letting her drop all these crumbs. They're just watching her. They're just like, hey, go for it, do your thing. It just doesn't sit well with me. That's all. I'm going to rewind it one more time. And
7 or 8 of us, and that's the limit.
So
Yeah.
Who do they contact?
Get in contact with everybody at that party. No parents and no media coverage. Everybody stays anonymous, and everybody does not get, everybody is just talking teen to teen. We have interviewers, only about 7 or 8 of us, and that's the limit we're trying to keep it at, to keep the information kind of in a simple one source area that we can go to. And we've moved locations, multiple, trying to make things more convenient in the Tahoe area, in the Truckee area. We've held one last night, and then we held one tonight, and we had a lot.
All right, I'm just going to say, if you guys have some shit to say about the Hembricks in the chat, I'm so down to I'm watching the chat, y'all. I'm just going to play this live from 11 months ago that I had, and I just want to watch the chat. And it's better if you guys talk about the Hembricks than me. So I'm just going to watch the chat. Y'all just be in the chat, and I'm going to read.
A lot of teens come out today and explain things. It's just a way for teens to not feel the pressure of getting in trouble by their parents, or to feel like the cops are going to get them in trouble, or to feel that the media will spread their face all over the internet. We're just trying to get teens to be honest, because kids will tell kids who they kissed, and kids will tell kids who they drank with. And
they don't want mom and dad to know what really happened at the party.
Exactly.
I get.
Look, the press conference that we just saw, if you were here earlier in this live, the cops have been, I think, very clear about encouraging people to come to them without fear of getting quote unquote into trouble. They have been saying that. We don't care, if you were drinking or anything like that. We just want information on Kiely. That's what they say. They've been very clear about that. So just go to the cops. Don't talk to this girl. Again, I'll put the link up to that press conference here, but you could go and listen to it again. They don't care about what happened at the party, illegal drinking or whatever. They just want information to find Kiely. They've been very transparent about that. And Sam, I don't think she's helping the situation by contacting, her peers and saying, "Hey, I know you're afraid to go to the cops, so just tell me, and I'll let them know." I don't think that's constructive at all. Maybe that's why they held that press conference today, just to remind people we don't care what illegal things were happening. If you were doing drugs, smoking pot, doing shrooms, whatever, illegal fight club, doesn't matter. Just tell us, because then you have Sammy out here contacting all these teams, and to me, to sift through the information. I don't like that.
I totally get that, and that's good that you're doing that. Laura Truan just was in the comments. Laura Truan says you're doing a great job, Sammy.
Thank you.
So I'm trying to think, what else can you tell us that can help? Anything specific about that car? Is there anything like, I don't know, maybe did the car? Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so a lot of us just remember today because, again, we weren't ever really looking severely at her vehicle when we were just friends with her, but we do all remember that she had.
Oh, and that was so weird too. I don't know how to explain it, but they say like no, none of us were looking severely at her vehicle. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Okay, and so I might be looking too much into it, right? But I just had to point that out.
A sticker of a bull. We don't have the exact sticker, but it's a sticker of a bull that is right under the windshield wiper. Right under that is where the back windshield, the animal. It's a sticker of a bull, the animal, like a cow with horns.
Okay.
Right under the back windshield wiper. It's right under that, and her car does have hubcaps because in a lot of these pictures.
And you guys know how I feel about the hubcaps. Look, there's just too much, and I'm sorry. Like this live that I'm, again, for anybody else coming in right now, I'm listening to a live that I did 11 months ago, right? So I'm just listening. I'm trying to understand if how I feel about what I heard then is how I feel about it now. If we can have a conversation about if we agree about what's happening or not or whatever, this whole hubcap situation was also interesting to me, right?
Cars don't have hubcaps. Her car has Honda hubcaps.
Okay. Wow. So look for that car that it may have a bull a sticker of a bull on the back window, that 2013 Honda CRV. It's a silver car.
And there's a sunroof as well.
And it has a sunroof. Okay, that's another good detail. So it has a sunroof and it has a bull sticker. There's a sticker of a bull, the animal, a bull, on the underneath the back.
There you go, Real. You just said what I said yesterday. That's what I was talking about. Weird. Yeah, but it has hubcaps. Really? I mean, maybe they do though. Maybe they do know what hubcaps are. Whatever. But weird. Also, right now I'm looking at her necklace. What necklace she's wearing? Because that photo that the police. Don't sit there. No, you sit over here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Good boy. What was I saying? Oh yeah. I'm just trying to. My mind went to a weird place. I'm looking at that necklace that she has on, and in that Facebook group, I'll pull it up here in a second once I find it. They said look out for her necklaces. I thought that was so weird. And I'm looking at this necklace, and I'm just wondering, is it the same one or does it look similar? Because my mind goes into weird places. I'm gonna keep playing it, but weird.
Wiper, the rear wiper, the rear.
Yes, right underneath it.
Okay. Jane Darby's wanting to ask you, anyone that you noticed hanging around her? Was there anybody was hanging around her? Did you notice anybody around her?
To be fully honest, I was inebriated at the time, so
So she says, so Dodge asks, was there anybody around her? But Sam says, to be honest, I was inebriated. Right? So she cannot give you like an exact account of what was happening. However, she can give you an exact account of everything that was happening up until the moment that she decided that Kiely was too drunk. So Sam was so inebriated, right? Tony just asked her a fucking question. I didn't even let me go back and listen to that shit.
Underneath it.
Okay. Jane Darby's wanting to ask you, anyone that you noticed hanging around her? Was there anybody was hanging around her? Did you notice anybody around her?
To be fully honest, I was inebriated at the time, so I wasn't
I get it.
fully attentive of who.
So she's not fully attentive, but we have this whole story about how she was sober enough to go into Kiely's car, charge the phone, but then she realized that Kiely was too drunk, so she left and tried to find another ride. However, here she says that I was too drunk to notice.
Exactly.
Paper that we're
Yes, right underneath it.
okay. Jane Darby's wanting to ask you, anyone that you noticed hanging around her? Was there anybody was hanging around her? Did you notice anybody around her?
To be fully honest, I was inebriated at the time, so I wasn't
I get it.
fully attentive of who exactly was around us. Again, when we were going around together, we were just in a lot of different huge groups of people we had never met, because her and I are similar in the sense that we're both very social. We'll talk to anybody we meet. We love meeting people, and so that's what we were doing and everything.
You girls are amazing. I'm just impressed, but it's so sad that this has happened. I just man, my heart goes out to the family. I just she's a beautiful young girl. She's only.
So do you see how at some point she is sober enough to identify Kiely as too drunk to drive her home, but too inebriated to identify situations that happened at the party? Do you understand? Does that make sense? And I'm sorry, I've been really bad with the chat. Welcome everybody that's in. Did I say hi to Pretty Bird, Mr. Ryan, Cognitive? Thank you, Jody, and my mods for being here and being awesome. Thank you guys for being here and being here or whatever. I appreciate that. Again, this is a live that I'm watching from 11 months ago, okay? So don't come at me. Don't come at me because I'm watching a live from, if you hear me speaking, this is from 11 months ago, okay? Sorry. And y'all have fun in the chat. Do what you got to do in the chat. I put the StreamYard link down below if anyone wants to come up.
I got a daughter the same age.
But I got to go back and listen to how Sammy is too drunk for something, but not drunk enough for something else.
Again, when we were going around together, we were just in a lot of different huge groups of people we had never met, because her and I are similar in the sense that we're both very social. We'll talk to anybody we meet. We love meeting people, and so that's what we were doing and everything.
You girls are amazing. I'm just impressed, but it's so sad that this has happened. I just man, my heart goes out to the family. I just she's a beautiful young girl. She's only I got a daughter the same age. Lord, I can't imagine what they're going through. I just can't imagine. I'm just trying to think. I'm assuming that they're checking mine shafts. Maybe the car went down off the road into a ravine. I don't know. But the phone. What about the phone? Can you tell us about her cell phone? Is there anything specific you can tell us? Go ahead.
So it has we're having trouble remembering what color. Like my cell phone is a green.
We're having trouble remembering, right? I'm watching the chat. Y'all do what you want in the chat. It's cool. As long as everyone is being respectful. Thank you guys for being here.
Phone, but I
listen to this shit. Listen to this shit.
Maybe the car went down off the road into a ravine. I don't know. But the phone. What about the phone? Can you tell us about her cell phone? Is there anything specific you can tell us? Go ahead.
So it has we're having trouble remembering what color. Like my cell phone is a green phone, but I have an orange case on it. But we do know that her phone has a black case on it with a sticker on the very middle back that says sex wax on it. And it's an iPhone, not the Samsung that was found. It's an iPhone.
So it's an iPhone.
I forget which generation. And
I want to know what you guys think. Like, is it pointless to I guess examine Sam's statement? Do you guys think it's a waste of time to examine this witness's statement? Or do you guys believe that this is the only statement that really matters in this case? I want to know your all's opinion. What do you guys think about Sam's statement? Should we leave her alone? Is it a waste of time to overanalyze her statements, or is there a lot to be said about what her statements or what her account of the end of the night? So let me see. They never did say if they found the phone either. They didn't, Slayback. That's true. Zombie Girl says no. Jazzy says, I wonder how she knows that so well. Ryan says there are certain YouTubers that are purposely discrediting the channels to confuse everyone. That's why these certain YouTubers are in the military. Farcanel says, yes, I do. It's a lie. Carrie says it matters. Cognitive says no. Katie Bug says, we. She should have never been a part of collective responsibility for the case. Jazzy says, yeah, that's true. That's a good comment, Katie. Yes, Katie. Yeah, exactly, Katie Bug. Everyone agrees with you. You know you are a girl, says Jazzy. I'm not sure what that means. The interview is the catalyst for everyone's suspicion. That is a very true statement. Like, I always think back to if Sam had never made this interview or done this interview or done this whole teen to teen situation, I would have never assumed that she did anything wrong, because we know that she was the last person to see her. We know that she left Kiely drunk. We know all this because she came forward. So of course we're going to question her, right? And is that the reason why many others didn't come forward? Because of maybe the heat that came on Sam so quick? Maybe because of the threat, like the threshold, right? And they're like, fuck that, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to speak. That would make sense. Cognitive dissonance. Also, cognitive dissonance, you made a badass video about Truckee and Kiely. If I know I have like a couple months here, but I need to drop your channel and stuff. And I'm sorry for being rude to you about, like, what you were doing. I apologize. Bubble says, where's Kylie's phone? Drift away. I guess because I do not believe anything she says. It might be pointless to me. Should be left alone. And what she said, no, there's a reason she came forward and center. Yes. Joey says, Jazzy. Carrie says, yes, the phone bothers me. Bobo says, no, it's not. Jazzy G says, yeah, nobody knows Bobo. Ryan says, Kiely didn't have a phone because why would you give a phone to someone who's a victim of certain actions? Maybe. Well, Kiely is alleged to have a phone. I'm going to believe that she did. Cognitive dissonance and Sammy shared cups with Kiely. And then, yes, Bobo, we should look back at her statements. This is what I'm doing, but this is a live that I'm looking back on. Many things people are afraid to Google. Silence says. Ryan says, think about it. No phone, no party, no video of Kiely talking. Honestly, Ryan, that is like one thing that I will agree with you on, because you're right when you said that we have all these videos of Kiely very young, but there are no recent videos of her. That is very strange, especially because nowadays there is no way you're not going to be in someone's Snapchat or have your own phone, right? That is very weird. I will agree. I agree. I can't argue with you there, man. I cannot. The way she mentions about sharing a cuppa many times, yes. There's one of a little girl. We don't know who the little girl is. Little girl is 16 video. I do believe that is Kiely, though, that little girl. White question, why? What was the date that Apethia posted the song about Kiely Rodni? It was August. Apethia posted that SoundCloud video or SoundCloud. It was like August the 12th or something like that. Yes, it was August the 12th. Thank you, Jody. Well, I don't know. Like, Ryan, you told us that it's not a real lawsuit. I think there's a phone because they told us there was a phone. I mean, maybe I'm being naive. They told us there was a phone, you know. The information said there is a catalyst as much as the circumstantial evidence and statements. There is one video of a kid, not multiple. There are, well, okay, so there are videos, and maybe Shan can help me out. There are videos of Kiely, or at least photos of her as a young child performing at other places. Yeah, I'm going to put the link down just because it's hard for me to keep track of everything. If that's cool, if not, that's cool. I can take the live down afterwards.
Which like number, but I can post about that or something or get in contact with you.
Okay. Real quickly, Laura Truan wants to ask you, what about pictures and social media posts? There has to be evidence this party went down. I'm sure there's people taking photos or TikToks. I'm sure there's got to be a TikTok video of the fight or something, right? There's got to be something out there.
Yeah. So there's hundreds.
Hey, Rosie, good to see you. Jewelry in the pic is now over a month old. Yeah, and then
I know I don't need to do a disclaimer situation, but there is a lot of controversy about like this lawsuit. And there are like channels literally fighting about it. Just FYI. Okay. There are a lot of channels like that are saying it's real and it's not. And honestly, I don't want to get in the middle of it. You know what I'm saying? Because I think it's a waste of time to even discuss it. I discussed it when I downloaded the documents because I wanted to read through them. But that's kind of like where I left it at. Because at that point, like after talking about the documents, it's none of my business anymore. I guess I'm trying to learn where my boundaries are, but that's kind of hard on the true crime YouTube, right? Or I don't have the realist true crime. I think that's fucking actually kind of funny. Yeah, anyone can sue anyone for anything. Yes. No phones, there is a cloud. There is a cloud, pretty bird. Exactly. Yes, posted 8/12 cognitive. Exactly. Ryan says there wasn't a real lawsuit. There still isn't. There's papers saying someone is mad at me, but I have not gone to court, so it isn't real yet. It's just filed. Got it. Understand. And you don't have to explain yourself here either. I just want to put that out there. Actually, don't put that pressure on me, please. Zombie Girl says, if you did what you did for Kiely, for my kid, I could overlook the few wrong things you said. Just saying. Ryan says, I could file on the Cookie Monster for threatening my vegan eating. Bro. Okay. All right, let me keep playing this. Oh, a rap from Aura. What? Hold on. Aura says, Farcanel says, we know for a fact if Kiely entered the lake on the day of the party on her car after the 200,000 hours, she would have been on. I believe so. Yes, you're right. Bubba says yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, let me keep playing this.
The fact that the detectives or they were talking about it, that they put it up on the Facebook group, it was interesting to me as well. It is weird. I just missed Bebop. Bebop was here in a way. Did I miss that? Damn. Sorry, Bebop.
Of videos. We have videos of people taking videos.
Oh wow.
We have
Very good. Very good.
hundreds of videos, hundreds of pictures. We've asked everybody to send us any videos and any pictures they have, even if it's a.
Wait, does she have the pictures? Or has that already been given to law enforcement? Yeah, I mean, your friends' stuff, maybe. I mean, observe. They look at each other's stuff. But what? I'll keep playing it. Sorry, I'm sorry. I keep stopping it.
A picture that looks exactly like something else sent us. It could have different angles. We are looking.
Wait, hold on. Right now, okay, this is me talking in real time. So Sam is talking about what here? Hold on. She's talking about. Hold on. Let me go back.
Looking at an.
You have the pictures, or has that already been given to law enforcement? Yeah, I mean, your friends' stuff, maybe. I mean, observe. They look at each other's stuff. But what? I'll keep playing it. Sorry, I'm sorry. I keep stopping it.
A picture that looks exactly like something else sent us. It could have
a picture that looked like something that someone else sent us. Is that what she just said?
different.
Yeah, I mean,
picture that looks exactly like.
I'll keep playing it. Sorry, I'm sorry. I keep stopping it.
A picture that looks exactly like something else sent us. It could have different angles. We are looking at an app called Be Real, which is where a lot of kids waited because the Be Real, it's an app where you can post a picture and there's 2 minutes at random points in the day. There's only one a day. And it comes as a notification will pop up on your phone that says you have 2 minutes left to post your Be Real. Like everybody has, you can post it later in the time, but you're supposed to post it in that time. We're looking at everybody's Be Reals because we know a lot of people waited until they were at that party to post their.
Okay, so literally this summer band camp, right? When I'm with my kids, they're like, "Miss, can I put you on my Be Real?" I was like, "Okay." So then I took a picture with them on their Be Real, and they're like, "Oh, Miss, it goes away in like so many hours." And I said, "Well, then what's the point?" And they said, "Well, it's because it goes away real quick." And I said, "So it's an upgrade from Snapchat, right? Because Snapchat used to be the app that you could just correspond with, that was more discreet than a messenger or text, right? But Be Real, what it does is that it just so you can react. So basically, you can remain anonymous in the future, but you can still react to things in real time, but then it goes away. So you're not held accountable for shit. It's weird that what these kids feel is important.
Be Reals. So we're looking for people to look back in their Snap memories of anybody that we can see in those videos, anybody that we can see in those Be Reals. We are looking at Instagram posts, photos taken on video cameras, photos taken on Snapchat, videos on all of these and everything.
Okay. She lived fairly close. Is this picture correct? She was about 12 miles away. The Prosser family campground was roughly about 12 miles from her house.
He got told go to Boca, never came back. Bubble says hundreds of videos ran up church. You should request those videos in court. Damn, y'all putting a lot of pressure on Mr. Upchurch. Who is real anonymously? He has a metal detector in hand going through the sand. Brian says brown eyes, brown skin, Mexico. I have brown eyes and I have brown skin. Just say I'm like oh, I'm American though, I promise. You should check out my videos where I teach kids music. Zombie Girl says, anyone ever get Be Real app to sleuth? That's interesting. I don't know how you can do that. The data is captured by the Be Real and the NSA. It's got to be there somewhere. Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, so Ryan is talking about trafficking. You know what? There is this interesting. So, my fiance gigs for very prominent people in our town, and he gigged for a doctor. A doctor had an event in our town, and or he rehearsed at the doctor's house, and the doctor had a lot of um like memorabilia that he uses to sell to buy children. He'll sell that to save children from trafficking. Like that's what the word was. Yeah, that's what I remember when he told me about that. I was like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, he told us a story about a member from the band that told the story because my fiance is not the band leader. My fiance is just a band member, but the leader said, "Hey, this is the house of a doctor, and this is his memorabilia, and this is." It was a side note, yeah, thing, but like, isn't that crazy? Like, there are people that try to get into that sector to try to save kids. Yeah. Mhm. It's crazy. So again, I guess I give that. That's my fiance in the background. Um, it's a real thing. No, no, no. That's my fiance speaking. He's a musician, so he tells me this story. These stories. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, Ryan's like, who's this man talking? Everyone's like, her husband. Yes, this is yes, my better half. I'm not Mexican, bro. I was born here. Okay, I was actually called an anchor baby a long time ago. Anyway, um, I would think that someone like Ryan, would have a lot of insight on stuff that happens behind the scenes in like Hollywood or like the music scene, like, and that's probably why he's an independent artist because he doesn't want to have to like deal with people and be owned by people. Like Prince. Prince was an individual. Or Michael Jackson, didn't he? Michael Jackson was like an individual artist. Didn't like isn't like what's his name? Uh no, who's the rap artist now that is kind of speaking against like Oprah? Is it Ella? It's not Ella Cool J. Who is it? Like is it Ice Cube? No. No, Ice Cube is not a real. Sorry, I'm not good. There are people that are going against now, literally Hollywood, because of all the bullshit that is happening. Yes, Ice Cube. Yes, that is. He's just like calling out Jamie Foxx and Oprah, and like Hollywood is turning inside out. Yes, right. Yeah, it's Ice Cube. Yeah, Carrie's like Ice Cube. Yeah, like no wonder. No wonder. Yeah, cognitive. Yes, it's better to be an independent artist these days. Exactly. Because the fucking shit is coming out. Why do you think Epstein's list is not being released? Because the people high as like people are in that list. They're not gonna fucking release the fucking list, right? Ice Cube is calling people out, and Ice Cube is like, I'm not allowed here. And who was married to Kim Kardashian? What's his name? With the Kanye West? Kanye West. All these people, they're fucking sent to asylums to just be shut the fuck up. Hi, Fred. How are you? Sorry, Jody. So anyway, sorry. Dave Chappelle too. That's right. And that's Daniel. Daniel is creative music things. You guys should go sub to him. He writes music, and he transcribes. He composes. He's great. Sorry, I love you, Rihanna. See, I know we're all gonna get into this whole into this conversation because you all see it too, right? In Hollywood. So why is it so far-fetched to believe that there is a like corruption in this little town where big people go and stay at? Riri. I don't believe in aliens. I believe, we're in the great deception, right? So we're to believe that it's aliens, but it's actually really like this like spiritual battle. But I'm not going to get into it right now because we're talking about Kiely, right? So Miss Peacock, Hollywood. Hi, Mrs. Peacock. Yep. That's the one thing. Money can buy anything the dealer wants to supply. Correct. Yep. Epstein took some stories with him. Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude, this world is so fucked up. They're trying and doing everything they can to make sure that that list is not released because that list is literally exposing people that are in power right now. I believe they use these vehicles to do. I'm not sure what you mean by nephritis. They reverse engineer the technology from something smarter than us. I don't think it's something smarter than us because I don't know. I'm like a spiritual person. I believe in God and God, and like maybe I'm naive, but something that wants to be smarter than us. But there's something about like human beings and like us that we're always going to be superior than anything that tries to overtake us, right? That's what I believe in. Nefarious. Oh, okay. I get you. I'm going to keep playing this though. But
from her house, is that correct?
That dot is not exactly where she was located. It's a little bit more to the right and towards the little blue lake that you can see up from it.
I have to address this comment from Mr. Ryan because he said, so our military came out and said UFOs are made by the government. They use them to steal children, apparently. So what I believe that is about to happen is that, okay, so like in the Bible, it says that before the great, like like all the Christians or all the people of faith are going to be taken from the world, right, and saved, and then everybody else is fucked. If you guys have seen the movie with what is the movie with fucking This is the End? Have you guys seen the movie This Is the End, where all the fucking Christians are fucking transported up into fucking ships or the skies or whatever, and then everyone else who is the sinner, they just get left, right, to just fucking be in the living hell, right? Okay, so at some point the government has to explain why these people have just suddenly disappeared, and they're going to say, oh, it was UFOs, but really it's the revelations that is being maybe executed. I don't know. You know what? I'm not a priest, so just tell me to shut the fuck up. Oh God, I just said some shit that I should have not said in a live. This live is going private now.
It was a little bit closer to that lake, but definitely that's about, yeah, it would have taken about 30.
Look, if you're gonna talk to me about some shit, take the StreamYard link and let's have a conversation. Otherwise, stop. Stop. Just stop. If you want to have a conversation about this, I can have a conversation about it. But word to word, bro, not like this.
30 minutes for her. We've found out about approximately 30 minutes for her to drive that way. 38 maybe.
This is crazy. I mean, you know her being a friend. I mean, your thoughts on her running away? Would she have a reason to run away? I'm just trying to come up with anything that, I mean, it's just. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, what do you think?
To be fully honest, from what I believe about Kiely, all ideas are still open in the air. But she's not the type of girl to run away. She loves people too much, and she has too much care in her heart to leave people and not leave a note or talk with one of her friends or something. And she is smart enough to know how this would get out and that people.
She's smart enough. This whole situation also was interesting to me. Right? Sorry, y'all. I know I said some shit right now. I'm speaking my mind. It is what it is. Okay.
Would be, ideas are still open in the air. But she's not the type of girl to run away. She loves people too much, and she has too much care in her heart to leave people and not leave a note or talk with one of her friends or something. And she is smart enough to know how this would get out and that people would be worried about her. And she's a smart girl. She graduated with honors early from high school and was going to attend college, and she had plans for her life, and she seemed really happy.
Here at this point, I believed that in this moment, I believe that they were trying to push some like suicide narrative. Like, oh, she would have left a note. She is too happy. She would not have done something, blah, blah, blah. That's how she comes off as.
Like, she's too much, and she has too much care in her heart.
What do you think?
To be fully honest, from what I believe about Kiely, all ideas are still open in the air. But she's not the type of girl to run away. She loves people too much, and she has too much care in her heart to leave people and not leave a note or talk with one of her friends or something. And she is smart enough to know how this would get out and that people would be worried about her. And she's a smart girl. She graduated with honors early from high school and was going to attend college, and she had plans for her life, and she seemed really happy.
So when she's speaking in that manner, it almost sounds like she would never do, like, okay, because again, if you know, us that look at true crime way too much, right? It's just that wording sounds like trying to make it seem like Kiely did something to herself. And she would never do something to herself. She would have never done this because it would have gotten out. She cares too much of people. She would have left a note. Why would you say she would have left a note? For what? The only note that I know she left was telling her mom, I'm coming home at 12:15. I'm going to be late, right?
I'm sure she wouldn't want to.
Look.
Talk with one of her. I believe about Kiely, all ideas are still open in the air. But she's not the type of girl to run away. She loves people too much, and she has too much care in her heart to leave people and not leave a note or talk with one of her friends or something. And she is
not leave a note. She's not someone that's not going to leave a note. She's not someone that's not going to talk to one of her friends about what? About what?
she is
Yeah.
smart enough to know how this would get out and that people would be worried about her.
She's smart enough to know how this would get out and people would be worried about her.
That, I mean, it's just, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, what do you think?
To be fully honest, from what I believe about Kiely, all ideas are still open in the air. But she's not the type of girl to run away. She loves people too much and she has too much care in her heart to leave people and not leave a note or talk with one of her friends or something. And
she said she's not someone to not talk to one of her friends. Actually, Sam, you talked to her. Sam, you said, Kiely, you're too drunk to drive me home, so I'm going to leave you. Maybe Kiely told Sam, hey, I'm too drunk, I can't drive you. So what did Sam do? Okay, bye, bitch. Right?
I mean, it's just, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, what do you think?
To be fully honest, from what I believe about Kiely, all ideas are still open in the air. But she's not the type of girl to run away. She loves people too much and she has too much care in her heart to leave people and not leave a note or talk with one of her friends or something. And she is smart enough to know how this would get out and that people would be worried about her. And she's a smart girl. She graduated with honors early from high school and was going to attend college, and she had plans for her life and she seemed really happy.
And I'm sure she wouldn't want to put her mom through this.
No.
Her mom.
Did you guys pick on how now she's talking to her about her past tense?
And she's a smart girl. I believe about Kiely, all ideas are still open in the air. But she's not the type of girl to run away. She loves people too much and she has too much care in her heart to leave people and not leave a note or talk with one of her friends or something. And she is smart enough to know how this would get out and that people would be worried about her. And she's a smart girl. She graduated with honors early from high school and was going to attend college, and she had plans for her life and she seemed really happy.
And I'm sure she wouldn't want to put her mom through this.
No.
Her mom just is destroyed.
Her mom is her life. Her mom is fully invested in her life.
I could see that. I could see she's got very loving parents, and I could tell this is hard on them. And like I said, our thoughts and our prayers are with the family. We really want the best. We want Kiely to be found. Gigi's asking you, I think she's in the water, in the car, drove into water. Have they checked the water? I'm sure.
I'm just going to ask this like one time because I do not want to be one of those people, those annoying people. This is a small space. Mr. Ryan, you're saying some things and that I want to ask you about. So if you're willing to kind of like have a conversation with me, that'd be cool. And I can delete this live afterwards. I don't care. Like, that's not what this is about. But a lot of people are having like situation or like, you're kind of like the topic right now, right? You're somebody that you're important, right? And there are questions, and if you're willing to kind of like chat and hang out, thank you for being in the chat and being awesome. You've been very cool and respectful, but everybody in my chat is that way. So I'm really happy that my chat is so nice. I love them so much. If you're cool with like, I'm just gonna ask you right now, and if you're like, no, I'm good, bro, fuck off. Okay, cool. Otherwise, I'm going to keep playing and doing what I'm doing. But this is my invitation. And that's it. Only invitation. Right?
Sure, they probably have. But is there anything you can tell us about, have they sent dive teams in, do you know, or anything like that? Or
yeah, so there have been dive teams sent in. And I can pretty much only say they've done thorough searches through the waters, through the lakes.
You think she's just a good person? I mean, maybe she is.
are 2 reservoirs that are near there as well.
Not for a long time, but I just thought that at this point those phones were built that way. Again, don't take my word for it.
Surrounding, they are searching the waters. They are searching the campgrounds and everywhere related lakes that are near, because Boca and Stampede are 2 reservoirs that are near there as well. And they are doing searches through there every single day. They have been for the past 3 days. They have done extensive searches to points that you wouldn't even believe the FBI and those people they are going.
I'm impressed with what I've seen. I've seen some of the photos of the the search and rescue crews out there, the volunteers, and no, I'd seen they got a heavy presence. They're working it. They're definitely working it.
And we're so thankful to them.
Oh yeah, they're definitely working hard to try to find her, and we watch the flight patterns. They got a helicopter. I don't know. Can you?
I think that's always been an interesting, I guess, just a factor to consider, that the amount, the effort, right? The amount, the effort, that was put forth for this one person. In no way do I discredit the effort that was put forth to find this person. I am thankful to every volunteer search, FBI, everybody that took the time to do so, to do what they did. You'll all have to remember that the people that actually took time out of their day, these volunteer groups, everybody, they went into this with a very like genuine goal to find Kiely. There were, I believe, there were just other higher powers at play, more like powerful players that kind of run the show, right? So it's you have to remember that there are people that like control everything that happens, right? And that's what I believe happened here, right? Like this situation with Kiely. Okay, do you all remember in the Murdaugh case how the one of the young Murdaugh boys, he was essentially involved in a hit and run but was never charged for it? Corruption is real, okay? Aura, Farcanal says this is Aura from the past. I like how you keep pointing that out, Farcanal. I don't know if you mean well or not well today.
Comment on the helicopter. Is there something? Is there a reason they're flying in that area?
Yeah.
I don't know. What's going on? Go ahead.
Yeah, so they're flying helicopters around those areas because if they're shining spotlights down to see if there's any reflection, to find her car, to see if they see anybody. We're taught here in Truckee that during the winter, in case there's an avalanche or you're trapped out in the winter, that you can shine a reflective light, like using your phone screen and shining it towards the sun to say an SOS, or to let helicopters and airplanes know that you are out there, and to signal somebody from the ground if you're able to. That's something we're taught from a very young age in our school system.
That'll be very interesting. That's very good.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would survive, honestly. I don't know. Yeah, like I think the waterproof depends on depth. Yeah. She does talk about her in past tense, but I mean, is that something people just do naturally because they already believe that they're dead? I don't know if it is significant, but it does happen. Yeah. And Jennifer said, yeah, that's right. Yeah, bossy pants. She might make a good investigative journalist, right? Mm-hmm. Yep.
I never knew that. That's very interesting. You taught me something.
Yeah.
I live in the desert. We don't worry about snow.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
but no, I know where you're at. I've been there. I've been there a bunch of times, and I know they get a ton of snow up there. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
But no, that makes perfect sense. But so they're flying around looking. So the car's nowhere in the area. She's got to be out there somewhere. Can you share your honest thoughts or opinion as to what you think may have happened to her? Do you care to share that?
Okay, so you have to remember now. This is real time me. Let me say, this is aura. Like, how do I say aura real time? Like, what is this? I don't even know how to say that. This is me. Hi. Okay. Okay. So this is when Sam is about to speak on what she thinks. Right. I know for Canal. I get a little sensitive, bro. You know what I'm saying? I get a little sensitive. This is how I am, bro. You know me, right? I love you though.
To be fully honest, my biggest concern is that somebody, and I've said this in other interviews, somebody knew she was drunk, offered to give her a ride home, and they didn't give her a ride home. And they could be
That is her main concern. Someone knew she was drunk, offered to give her a ride home, and didn't give her a ride home. Says the person that said, "Don't drive me home because you're too drunk." Right? You'd think that the person that said, "Hey, don't drive me home because you're too drunk," would say, "My biggest concern is that she was real drunk. She tried to drive home. She probably drove into the lake because the road like goes right there. She could have taken a left instead of a right, or a right instead of a left. I'm sorry. It's all really just, what is the word? Like, it's, well, not speculation, but it's just like, I don't know the word. I'm sorry. But it's just tomato, right? It's semantics at this point. Whether she took a left or a right, bro, there are a lot of trees that you're going to have to hit. Whether you take a right or a left, you're going to hit. If you're so drunk, you're going to hit a person, a tree, or whatever the fuck. Semantics. Thank you, babe. You're like literally my better half. Thank you. No, you're my better half. I love you. Anyway, see what I'm saying? She's saying that my biggest concern is someone knew that she was drunk, offered to drive her home, but didn't drive her home. But you didn't want to go home with her because she was too drunk. Wouldn't your main concern be she was too drunk? She probably got into an accident and is in the water or in the fucking forest somewhere? Right? Or no?
across the world at this point.
Oh,
with how long
across
she's
the
been
world.
gone,
She
and
says she could be across the world.
I'm
Hold on.
worried that,
Look,
to be fully honest, my biggest concern is that somebody, and I've said this in other interviews, somebody knew she was drunk, offered to give her a ride home, and they didn't give her a ride home. And they could be across the world at this point with how long she's been gone. And I'm worried that biggest concern is that
listen,
somebody, and I've said this in other interviews, somebody knew she was drunk, offered to give her a ride home, and they didn't give her a ride home. And they could be across the world at this point with how long she's been gone. And I'm worried that I have a feeling, and obviously, I don't know, I have a feeling that she is still alive and she's still out.
she has a feeling she's still alive. That's good. That's good, right?
Out there, and she's still could be across the world at this point with how long she's been gone. And
So this was 8:13. She's like, she could be across the world at this point. Okay.
I'm worried that I have a feeling, and obviously, I don't know, I have a feeling that she is still alive and she's still out there and she's still fighting, but that there's somebody else involved, and that's not confirmed. That's just what I believe. I think there has to be somebody.
What does she mean? This was another thing. Somebody else involved. You know what you have to understand in your brain to say, I think there's someone else involved. Like, let's say you wake up and your car is missing. Are you going to say, oh shit, someone took my car? Or are you going to wait? Look how that's different from waking up and say, oh, my car is missing. I think there's someone else involved. When you say someone else involved, does it not stipulate that, like, you know what is happening? Or am I looking too much into it? I'm going to shut the fuck up. That dude, where's my car? I would think that there's someone else involved. What do you mean, someone else? Involved in what? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my God, I'm going to get so much shit about this. If you guys see videos about what I'm talking about tonight, please do not send them to me. Please do not tell me about it. Just leave me out of. I'd like to live in ignorant bliss. I like to pretend that everything I say is like okay. Don't tell me. The trolls are real. They're hardcore.
Somebody
Okay,
else
look, but
involved.
listen.
Yes, knew she was drunk, offered to give her a ride home, and they didn't give her a ride home. And they could be across the world at this point with how long she's been gone. And I'm worried that I have a feeling, and obviously, I don't know. I have a feeling that she's still alive and she's still out there and she's still fighting, but that there's somebody else involved. And that's not confirmed. That's just what I believe. I think there has to be somebody else involved in this.
What do you mean, far canal? Like, what do you mean, like, to explain myself?
The world at this point with how long she's been gone, and I'm worried that.
Look, I don't understand why Sam, the last person that saw her, the person that said you're too drunk to drive me home, bye bitch, right, left, found someone else, says that my biggest concern is that she was kidnapped or she just like offed herself. Wouldn't like the logical thing be that she's too drunk? She probably tried to drive herself home and ended up in the lake or fucking over here hitting a tree. Like the logic, right, doesn't match, right? So she's saying that someone that was too drunk to drive her home was kidnapped. Is that telling of something that she saw right before Kiely, but right before she said goodbye to Kiely? Were people around Kiely that knew she was drunk? You know how, like, there are predators. Oh, she's drunk, and then they take advantage, but maybe Sammy just saved herself and left the situation. I could see that. No, honestly, I could see that. Like, there were some predators around, and maybe Sam was just like, fuck that, bye. Because she says, we went to Kylie's car. There were several people with us. Was there a predator situation? That I could understand. I could understand that, right? So, like, I don't want to make Sam be the look, I'm not trying to make Sam the bad person here. Is it possible that there were people that were predators at this party and were preying on Sam and Kiely? But maybe Kiely was just more out of control than Sam, but Sam just like was able to remove herself from the situation, but Kiely wasn't. So Kiely was a victim of something bad and Sam was able to get away. But Sam doesn't know who the people were that preyed on Kiely. Is that possible? That's my question. Is that possible? Is that why Sam says somebody else involved?
I have that
Listen,
somebody, and I've said this in other interviews, somebody knew she was drunk, offered to give her a ride home, and they didn't give her a ride home. And they could be across the world at this point with how long she's been gone. And I'm worried that I have a feeling, and obviously, I don't know, I have a feeling that she is still alive and she's still out there and she's still fighting, but that there's somebody else involved. And that's not confirmed. That's just what I believe. I think there has to be somebody else involved in this. But
It's
yeah.
it's just so sad. Rhonda's wanting to ask you, did she wear an Apple Watch? Do you know? Did she wear an Apple?
Look, and the whole bruises situation, if I may add my opinion on it, bruises, yes, people may have bruises or whatever, but like, again, these people are in the outdoors, so they're skiing or they're riding their bikes, or like, I bruise fucking easy too. You know what I mean? So like, I guess I'm not smart enough to kind of believe that, I suppose. Does that make sense? I love you, Sunflower. You're literally like my twin, Sunflower. So shut up. You know? But I don't know. Like, I'm not a doctor. I can't examine skin, especially through a computer. You know what I mean? So that's why I don't feel comfortable talking about that kind of stuff.
Apple Watch?
No, I don't believe so. I don't remember ever seeing her wear one. It's not something I pay really close attention.
This is from, what day was this? August 11th. So she had just done, they were doing some sort of press conference out there in the woods during a search party moment. And this is from that day. She went into her car to do this YouTube video. Jennifer, I'm sorry. I forgot that you had wanted to go on panel. So the link is down there. I'm going to
attention to, and we're not the type to be like, oh, look at what I have.
Of us did get a lot from that case. We've probably been a little bit more observant that now that we've all gone in knee deep in almost every interview in that case.
Attention to, and we're not the type to be like, oh, look at what I have on my wrist. I'm so rich, so.
Yeah, I know you girls are amazing. You seem like wonderful people, and I'm so sorry that you're going through this. Romans 1:25-26 wants to know: was there any cameras at the campground going into the campground? Is there any cameras there?
No, there's no cameras out there. The closest cameras would be the traffic cameras that start on I-80 near the.
Okay, so everybody that's here in this chat, I want you to, while you're sitting in your home, I want you to think about where the nearest cameras are that you live. I'm going to sit here. I've been living where I live for about 8 years now, or no, 7 years now. 7 years now, because this is my 10th year teaching. So I've lived in this place now 7 years. I cannot tell you where the fuck the closest cameras are, traffic cameras are. So, and I'm 33. I'm 33, so I'm an old bitch. Okay.
Going through this. Romans 1:25-26 wants to know: was there any cameras at the campground going into the campground? Is there any cameras there?
No, there's no cameras out there. The closest cameras would be the traffic cameras that start on I-80 near the rec center. It's hard to describe exactly where, but I think it's on Truckee Way. But it's 89 is very covered in cameras. There's not a lot of cameras out there.
Shani Jones wants to ask you, on your last call, did she let you know who the quote unquote friend was that was driving her home?
Yeah, so this is a common misconception. She was not being driven home and she was not driving.
So the common misconception, that sounds like a jazz tune. Common misconception. Like common misconception. Like it would be like a whole deceptive, like chord, like, right situation. Actually, that would be a really cool title for the tune that you were. Common misconception.
Yeah.
Right? You think about Miles Davis, like, so what? So what sounds like common misconception. So what is equivalent to common misconception or cognitive dissonance? That's cool. Oh, sorry, I got a little go there. It's okay. Sorry, y'all. Y'all don't have to stay up. It's cool. But yeah, common misconception. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Covered in cameras. There's not a lot of cameras there.
Shani Jones wants to ask you, on your last call, did she let you know who the quote unquote friend was that was driving her home?
Okay, so basically what Tony asks is if on that last call, right? Because Tony acknowledges that Sam has a last call from Kiely. So Tony asks Sam, in that last call that you had from Kiely, do you know who was driving Kiely home? And so Sam answers like this.
Yeah, so this is a common misconception. She was not being driven home and she was not driving.
So Sam says she was not being driven home and she was not driving. So when you left Kiely and said, you're too drunk to drive me home, Kiely was not driving or being driven? Yeah, that Kiely was not. No, she's saying that Kiely was not driving and Kiely was not being driven. So in that last call, what I am deducing from this is that in that last call, Kiely was not driving or being driven. So what was happening to Kiely in that last call with Sam? Listen to it again.
On I-80 near the rec center. It's hard to describe exactly where, but I think it's on Truckee Way. But it's 89 is very often covered in cameras. There's not a lot of cameras there.
Shani Jones wants to ask you, on your last call, did she let you know who the quote unquote friend was that was driving her home?
Yeah, so this is a common misconception. She was not being driven home and she was not driving. So
she was not being driven home and she was not driving. Did you guys hear that?
So covered in cameras. There's not a lot of cameras there.
Shani Jones wants to ask you, on your last call, did she let you know who the quote unquote friend was that was driving her home?
Yeah, so this is a common misconception. She was not being driven home and she was not driving. So, okay. At the end.
Are we all on the same page about this? I'm not sure if you guys are following me. Okay. Sorry, y'all. Thanks for sticking around. I'm a human and I have a bladder. Okay, things happen. I'm not shy about that. And it's hard when you're up here alone.
End of the party when I saw her, she was supposed to give me a ride home because I had asked her to give me a ride home because I wanted to stay later. I then realized later.
Hold on. Right here is this
Friend
important.
that was driving her home?
Yeah, so this is a common misconception. She was not being driven home and she was not driving. So, okay. At the end of the party when I saw her, she was supposed to give me a ride home because I had asked her to give me a ride home because I wanted to stay later. I then realized later in the party that I believe she was drunk, and I knew she was drunk, and so I did not want her to be driving me home. Because
Okay, this is the other thing. I want y'all to think about this. Earlier in this interview, about 5, 6, 7 minutes ago, she says that they were walking around taking shots, that they were sharing drinks, that they went into her car and were drinking some more. I mean, everybody was messed up. And she still asked her friend for the ride home, right? She still asked Kiely for the ride home. And then now she's saying, I didn't realize she was so drunk. Dude, either you knew she was already drunk, you knew she was drunk. There's no way you didn't know, especially if she's saying she was with her the whole time. She says, I was with her the whole time. Yes, we went off to talk to smaller little groups, but then, we were together. We peed in the woods together. We popped a squat in the woods. I know exactly what she was wearing, her bodysuit. I mean, she knows everything, but she didn't know that Kiely was drunk at the end of the party. Sammy, you know that you were drunk at the party. You knew she was drunk, like, earlier than what you say, and you were just as drunk, if not more drunk than her. Okay? So that, I think, is suspicious.
All right, this is like me now for everybody listening. Think about this. Like, everybody is so stuck on the Idaho 4 case, right? The four like victims, right? From that tragedy is like, it's hard to speak of, right? Because that doesn't happen. The last tragedy that I know that it involved that many like deaths was Chris Watts, right? Chris Watts took out his 2 daughters, wife, and unborn child. To me, that's like 4 people. And that happened in 2018. And this person did it. Chris Watts did it because of his mistress, essentially, right? And so, like, the only other like horrific tragedy that I know of to that like extent, right, with that many victims, is the Idaho 4 case, right? Now we have the serial killer from like New York State, right, that has just been like realized. However, imagine if we had more footage from the Kiely case, right? The Idaho case is still burning alive and hot because there's this ring camera footage, and then there's this and that is not being released that we know is still in existence, right? So that's what you have to think about. It's like literally every channel is talking about Idaho 4, right? Does your bladder, are you making fun of me, Miss Zombie Girl? Does your bladder release when you expire? Oh no, you're not. But I believe that the Kiely case, what is so interesting about it is how much we do not have from it, right? Because you can compare it even to Jolisa Fuentes, right? You have this video, everything, but Kiely's case is so secretive. As a true crime person, I am obligated, right? Because essentially I have been covering Kiely's case probably obsessively too long, as many other channels would judge me for doing so, whatever. Yes, I have been covering this case obsessively too long. Yes, I understand that. But do you at least understand why? Yes, I do, Farcanal. Jody says Miss Kelly going live tomorrow. I'm literally like trying to I'm not gonna say it here. I'm trying to talk to Miss Kelly. In my opinion. If someone gave her a ride home. No, yeah, exactly. So if she left with somebody else, where is the car? Where is the car?
Because I know about drunk drivers and all that. And so and I figured she would be staying there or she would find a ride home because she's a smart girl. She's smart enough to know she's smart. And so then I found her as I was leaving the party. I was making sure to find her to tell her that I had another ride home.
And that's interesting also to say that I made sure to find her.
Smart.
Yeah, and I figured she would be staying there or she would find a ride home because she's a smart girl. She's smart enough to know she's smart. And so then I found her as I was leaving the party. I was making sure to find her to tell her that I had another ride home and that I loved her and I wanted to say bye and for her to have fun at the party.
I say that it's similar because Chris Watts gives a statement on his porch about his family after he literally committed what he did to his family. So look, let me stop straight. So Chris Watts murdered his entire family. Knew what happened to them. He knew what happened to them, and look what he says.
What's going on right now around your house?
Right now, it's you got K9 units, the sheriff's department. Everybody's like they're doing their best right now to figure out like if they can get a scent, see where they went. If they went on foot, they went in a car, or they went somewhere. And right now, it's just like they've been on point. They're going through the house trying to get a scent, and hopefully they can pick something up to where it's going to lead to something.
What happened? Your wife came home. Tell me what's.
She came home from the airport 2 a.m. and I left around 5:15. She was still here, and like about 12:10 in that afternoon, her friend Nicole showed up at the door. Like I had texted Shanann a few times that day, called her, say but she never got back to me. But she wasn't getting back to any of her people as well, and that's what really concerned a lot of people. Is like if she's not getting back to her, like if she doesn't get back to me, that's fine. Like she gets busy during the day. But she didn't get back to her people, which was very concerning. And Nicole called me when she was at the door, and that's when I came home. And then walked in the house, and nothing was vanished. Nothing was here. I mean, she wasn't here. The kids weren't here. Nobody was here.
What's your wife's name?
Shanann, Shanann.
What's your kids?
Bella and Celeste.
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 How old are your daughters?
4. Bella's 4. Celeste is 3.
And so, how many times did you try calling her?
I called her 3 times, texted her about
All
3
that's
times
a lie.
just to say, what's going on? Like I could have.
All that's a lie. He had already disposed of their bodies, and listen to him.
After I called her and texted her once, it's like maybe she was just busy. Like she had just gotten back. Like everybody's probably calling her from her trip. She just got back from Arizona.
And I know it's so bad to compare Sam to this guy. I know that. I get it. But I'm gonna do it because I can. And I'm just saying, behavioral wise, they're very similar. That's all I'm gonna say. If you want to know, if you want me to do a Chris Watts thing, I'll do it. He reminds me of Sam a little bit and how she acts. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna get so much shit. Oh my god! I'm gonna get so much shit.
Mom through this.
No.
Her mom just is destroyed.
Her mom is her life. Her mom is fully invested in her life
I could see that. I could see she's got very loving parents, and I could tell this is hard on them. And like I said, our thoughts and our prayers are with the family. We really want the best. We want Kiely to be found. DG's asking you, saying I think she's in the water in the car, drove in the water. Have they checked the water? I'm sure.
I'm just gonna ask this like one time because I do not want to be one of those people, those annoying people.
Shut up, Aura. Like
through the waters, through the lakes.
You think she's just a good person? I mean, maybe, yeah, maybe she is. Not for a long time, but I just thought that at this point, those phones were built that way. Again, don't take my word for it.
Surrounding, they are searching the waters. They are searching the campgrounds and everywhere related lakes that are near, because Boca and Stampede are two reservoirs that are near there as well. And they are doing searches through there every single day. They have been for the past 3 days. They have done extensive searches to points that you wouldn't even believe the FBI and those people they are going.
I'm impressed with what I've seen. I've seen some of the photos of the search and rescue crews out there, the volunteers, and no, I'd seen they got a heavy presence. They're working it. They're definitely working it.
And we're so thankful to them.
Oh yeah, they're definitely working hard to try to find her, and we watch the flight patterns. They got a helicopter. I don't know. Can you?
I think that's always been an interesting, I guess, just a factor to consider, that the amount, the effort, right? The amount, the effort, that was put forth for this one person. In no way do I discredit the effort that was put forth to find this person. I am thankful to every volunteer search, FBI, everybody.
And then when I left the party, we were pretty much on 89 with my ride. And she called me as I was in the car in the passenger seat, and she was like, "Hey, where are you? Do you still need a ride home?" And I was like, "No, I'm okay." I found her as I was leaving the party. I was making sure to find her to tell her that I had another ride home, and that I loved her and I wanted to say bye and for her to have fun at the party. And then when I left the party, we were pretty much on 89 with my ride.
Who is we? Who is we? Anyway, y'all. Yes, Chris Watts. Fuck. We're gonna have to part 2 this, maybe. I love y'all. Should we continue this tomorrow? I don't even know. It's like more fun when I have someone on panel with me. It's like I feel super alone sometimes. Is that bad for me to say? That's like too real, right? It's like too honest. It's just better if I have someone on panel. So like I have a friend. It's a lot of pressure. Oh my god, I feel like I sound so fucking like pathetic. Like, man, I need a friend. That is so horrible. No. It's okay. Anyway, yeah, maybe we'll do this again tomorrow. I just need to take a rest, right? Because we get a lot of shit for having long lives. Yeah. Okay. Actually, I don't think I'm going to do a part 2. It's just, I don't want to be alone anymore. Thank God Daniel's here next to me. Anyway. Okay, whatever. Me neither. I don't know what that means. Okay, I love y'all. You'll have a really good night. See you soon.